everybody, and welcome live from high atop Bobcat Stadium as we get set for homecoming. It's Montana State and Idaho State. I'm Keaton Galogly alongside Mikey Ryder up in the First Interstate broadcast booth. Dan Davies is on the sideline. We'll go to him in a moment. And Dylan McPhail, who's up here as our on-site engineer. And Mikey, you're a former player. Getting to see yourself up on the video board there as they play that run-out video. The rodeo team's all lined up. What's the emotion like for a guy like you who has played here and watched this team for as long as you have?
Oh, it's cool to see, even long before I played. There's just so much history here, and so it's a lot to be proud of. And yeah, just a really neat program to be a part of, and a ton of good history, a lot of success in Bobcat land.
Well, an opportunity for Montana State to add some history today. A win this afternoon, and Montana State would tie the program record for most consecutive home wins. They've got 15 straight right now. They're looking for number 16, and here comes the rodeo team out in amongst the band, lined up with the B-O-B-C-A-T-S. And they are out and on the field making their loop right now in front of what will be another sold-out crowd at Bobcat Stadium today. So Montana State and Idaho State from Bozeman this afternoon. All right, Mikey, we're looking at this matchup now between the Bobcats and the Bengals. Give us some of your keys. What are you looking for in this game?
Yeah, look, this is an 0-5 team, but a desperate team can be always a little bit scary. So those Bobcats, they've got to handle their business early and often. They got to start fast, show some maturity. They've got to limit Xavier Guillory. He's their top target on the receiving end. Big target, 6'2", 195-pound kid out of Spokane. He's been really productive thus far. They've got to limit him. They got to win both lines of scrimmage. Got to control the line of scrimmage, both O-line, D-line. That's always key. And then, as Dan mentioned, I think it's going to be pivotal to win the turnover battle. They have forced 13 fumbles this season, and so it's going to be key for this rushing attack to hold on to the football and then want to steal a few on defense.
And Lane Sumner getting back in there today, which is exciting, but he does have that brace on his left elbow, so that's going to impact things.
Yeah, I think so. You just got to be smart on how you utilize him. But look, it can be somewhat of a factor, but all in all, he's still going to be very capable to run the football, and then he's going to play a huge part in the pass protection, which he is very successful at. So they're going to need Lane Sumner today.
All right, Dan Davies is down on the sideline. Dan, how is it down there?
59 degrees, light breeze, and a perfect afternoon here on October 8th for this football game. Great atmosphere, again, sold out, loud. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, this is going to be good. So right now the team is stepping out from right behind the field goal posts to our left. Carrying the American flag today is Jeffrey Manning Jr., and carrying the Montana flag today is Trayton Pickering. So those are the two guys carrying out the flags in front of everybody. The team, or the rodeo team, has already run out on the field. They're all kind of hanging around in the corner now. Are they going to give it to us again? Yes, they are. Rodeo team's coming out again now that the team is ready to go. So the rare double dip from the rodeo squad as the pyrotechnics go off in the Montana State end zone. And here come the Cats. Beautiful day for football, and the American flag and Montana flag now stretching out across the midfield logo, and we are just about ready for football. At First Interstate, it's all about supporting our communities and cheering on our teams. Thank you for letting us be a part of your trusted community bank for more than 50 years. First Interstate Bank, built for you, member FDIC.
And guys, just so you know, the O, the horse that was carrying the O, was spatted up in blue and gold.
Beautiful. Love that. What a scene. What a sight as we get set to go. All right, let's catch our starting lineups here. We'll begin first for the Bobcats offense. The anticipated starting lineup has Rush Reimer at left tackle, J.T. Reed at left guard, Justice Perkins as the center, Cole Sane as the right guard, and Marcus Weir as the right tackle. Some of the skill players, Derek Snell back in at the tight end position again. Elijah Elliott is the halfback. Garrett Kuhn listed as the second string, but we're going to see Lane Sumner today. Ravi Alston, Cleveland Thomas Jr., and Willie Patterson, the wide receivers. We're definitely going to see a little more Taco Dowler and Marquis Johnson today as well. And then Sean Chambers getting the start. Sean Austin is the backup as Tommy Malott continues to recover from the head injury suffered at Eastern. For the Idaho State defense, Terrence Jones is the defensive end. Jake McGinnis is the nose guard, and David Rowe is the defensive tackle, with Cortland Horton the defensive end. Their linebackers, the Sam linebacker is Jack Genova. Charles Ike is the Mike, and DJ Hagler is the Will. Their cornerbacks are Josh Alford and Jihad Brown, and their safeties today are Quade Renfo and Quantrill Morris Walker.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Montana State has won the toss. Will defer to the second half. Idaho State will receive. Good luck, guys.
Finishing off the defense here for the Cats, Brody Grebe is the defensive end. Valdez is the defensive tackle. Blake Schmidt, the nose tackle, and Ben Seymour, the defensive end. Linebackers today, Callahan O'Reilly and Danny Louie-Lakepa. Ty Okado, the nickelback. James Campbell on the cornerback. Simeon Woodard, cornerback. Jeffrey Manning Jr., the free safety. Reddy Short starting as strong safety. Rylan Ort not cleared to play today, so Rylan Ort not making his season debut, unfortunately, today. For Idaho State, left tackle Tyler Clemens, left guard Owen Stewart, center Taryn Carey, right guard Avery Demmons, right tackle John Perko. The tight end is Cyrus Wallace. He's a guy who can really catch the football. Their running back is Braden Hunter. Their wide receivers Jalen Johnson, Shane Daly Jr., and the top receiver in the conference, Xavier Guillory. And their quarterback today is Sagan Gronauer. He's the third quarterback already. Collarbone injury and an ankle injury to their first and second string. So, Mikey, already onto their third quarterback here.
Yeah, and he showed to be very capable last week against the University of Montana. And so it'll be interesting to see how he adjusts to life on the road in a hostile environment. And those Bobcat defenders have got to get after him early and often.
Got it a little bit from Dan already, but our weather report today, presented by Wheat Montana, is 57 degrees and sunny. There's a little bit of a dark haze off in the distance when you look down the very far end of the Bridger Mountain Range, but you can see that white M clear as day right beyond the 50-yard line off forward from our site. Montana State ready to kick off today. They are in the navy blue tops, the gold pants. They've got the gold helmets on with Cats written in blue script, white font and numbers on the front and the back with Montana State written in gold on the front. Idaho State in the road whites, pants, and jerseys today, matte black helmets and shiny orange face masks. Blake Glessner, one of the tops in the conference, the place kicker, ready to boot this thing away from left to right in front of another sellout crowd at Bobcat Stadium. Glessner checks both ends, approaches the football, and delivers a squibbing line drive kick, hops around, and is picked up at the 10-yard line running right, and he is eventually shoved out of bounds. Boy, that was kind of a funky boot there from Blake Glessner.
Yeah, just came off of his foot a little bit squirrely. You don't see that very often. He's usually so crisp with those kicks, but looks like he almost missed it, but luckily didn't go out of bounds. No harm there.
All right, here we go. Montana State will start on defense today. Idaho State taking over from their own 24-yard line, so didn't even make up to where they would have been had that was a traditional Glessner kick. So Idaho State will start on the right hash mark, and we are ready to go. Montana State right now off to a 4-1 start and a 2-0 Big Sky beginning to their season. Shotgun formation over on the right side. Here's the snap. They keep it. Gronauer looking to throw, fires over the middle, bobbled by Guillory, but able to corral it, makes the catch, picks up a few extra yards, and is finally brought down at the 46-yard line. And a big early strike. We've seen this early, week after week, big plays against this Cats defense.
Yeah, we have. They have a hard time seemingly settling in, and a big shot there, finding Guillory, first play of the game.
One halfback, two wide receivers to the right, one to the left. There's a fullback on the right side. Here's the snap. They hand it off, running left, bounces outside, gets to the line of scrimmage, and he's finally undercut. That was James Campbell there with the tackle after the run.
Yeah, pretty patient run there. And I'm not sure who carried the football there, but real patient run behind his lead blockers. Really, that Bobcat D had him swarmed, but he stuck in there and was able to find a crease on the edge. Another big chunk play for the Idaho State offense.
That was Benjamin Omayabu, who was the running back there. He's listed as a wide receiver. He's getting a little time back there at the halfback position. He's still back there. Their starter, Braden Hunter, he played last week. Don't know where he is, and now he splits out to the right side. Snap, throw, over the middle, caught Guillory again. He's got another first down. He stood up after another healthy gain up to the Bobcat 36-yard line. Jeffrey Manning on the stop.
Yeah, just a little simple stick pattern. Really, Guillory finds a little bit of room in that zone defense of the Bobcats, and he turns around right at the sticks. Pretty easy pitch and catch.
A couple of big chunk plays already to Guillory, who's made a couple of nice catches to this point. Idaho State on their first drive of the day into Bobcat territory. 13:35 to go in the first quarter. No score for now from the right hash mark on 1st and 10. Here's the shotgun snap. Takes it, fakes the handoff, looking to throw, fires down the right sideline. That is caught, and it's into the end zone. Touchdown, Idaho State. Jadon James was wide open down that right sideline, and Idaho State strikes first for 6.
Yeah, they had a bunch formation into the boundary, so 3 receivers in a bunch set. And I can see veteran defender Ty Okada, and he was giving it to a couple of his other teammates saying, where were you? That was a bust in coverage and a miscommunication early.
So now they will set up for the PAT. Ian Hershey is back to kick it away. Here's the snap. The boot is up, and that is good. And Idaho State off to a 7-0 start. This game is brought to you by the Montana State Fund, covering Montana's workers with workers' comp and safety know-how. Workplace safety, you're naked without it. More at safemt.com. Dan?
He missed that extra point.
Oh, he did. That looked so clean from up here. Did he miss that left?
Yeah, I think so. Yep. So, little break there for the Bobcat special teams.
Yeah, no doubt. Thank you, Dan. We took that kind of for granted. It looked, I mean, you saw what I saw, right, Mikey?
Yeah, I sure did. That was interesting. But
okay.
That's a tough series. That's what you don't want to give a desperate team early. You give them a whole lot of hope, and they come out of the gates hot, and they really did anything that they wanted on that drive. Tough break for the Bobcats. This offense has got to find a way to respond here. Big series for this offense, and it starts with this first play of offense, as they call it here on kickoff return. Marquis Johnson, who's leading the Big Sky Conference and kickoff returns, got to make an impact here.
Mikey, I've just been told here that Charlie Regal, the head coach for Idaho State, is not here. He had to leave just a little while ago due to an emergency. I don't know if it was with him or somebody else, but Charlie Regal, the head coach, first-year head coach for Idaho State, not on the sideline for the Bengals right now. I'm not sure who has the main headset on, but we appreciate Bill Lamberty letting us know as Idaho State has a line drive kick, hops at the 20-yard line. Marquis Johnson picks it up on a chest-high bounce. He's running along the right hash mark, and he is stood up at about the 30-yard line, just shy, and that's where Montana State will take over. That's big news.
Yeah, big news, and whatever the case is, just thoughts and prayers there for Coach Regal. Hopefully it's nothing serious with family or health or anything. That is a concerning thing if he has to leave in the middle of a football game. Must be serious. So thoughts and prayers with Coach Regal.
No doubt. So Montana State will take over. They are down 6-0 after the touchdown pass and then the missed PAT. So Montana State has the football. 13:18 to go in the first quarter. Cats on the right hash mark from their own 29-yard line. Sean Chambers takes the snap. He hands it off. Elijah Elliott running right, and he is contained. A marginal gain of 3 yards. Second down coming up.
Yeah, this is a base 4-2 defense. They play with 5 secondary guys. I know this defensive line is very athletic. They got a lot of twitch and a lot of bounce. They're going to play a lot of cover 3, and these corners on the outside, they give a lot of space. They don't want to give up deep balls, but in cover 3, a lot of those seams, kind of those hash balls, are going to be open. We'll see if the Montana State offense gets those exposed.
2nd and 8 from their own 31. Here's the chest-high snap. Chambers keeps it, rolls out left. He will fire it out to Snell in the flat, and Derek Snell is up to the 35-yard line. It'll be 3rd and 4 due up.
Yeah, we've seen that little slide play. It's a play action. You get a fullback and Derek Snell sliding across, and Chambers has the opportunity to run it if he wants to, but he really put his foot in the ground, decided to throw it last minute. Not a whole lot doing there. 3rd and manageable, though, for the Bobcat O.
That puts some stress on that defense, doesn't it, Mikey?
Yeah, that's a triple option there. You can give it, the quarterback can keep it, and then there's a throwing phase as a 3rd option, which we just saw.
Lane Sumner in at halfback. Here's the shotgun snap, fired over the middle. That is caught. First down. First Interstate Bank. First down for Montana State. Trayton Pickering making the catch. The Sunburst Montana native who brought out the Montana State flag to open the game.
Yeah, good efficient throw there, Sean Chambers. Decisive, looked for his guy to hitch up right at the sticks and found the big target.
From the 44-yard line, Montana State with the football moving from left to right on their first drive. Alston spread out to the left side, Pickering the tight end on the right side of the line. Thomas the slot on the right side. Willie Patterson over there as well. Now pistol formation. Here's the snap. They hand it off to Sumner. He runs right across the line of scrimmage, and he dives forward up near the 50-yard line, but there are 2 flags on the play.
It looks like it might be a face mask there, Keaton, how his head kind of jolted back. Could be wrong. Might be in the area of a hold as well, but I thought it might have been a face mask. We'll see.
Get the call here.
Personal foul, face mask, number 14 of the defense, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
So you're right, Mikey, as usual.
Yeah, you could just kind of see how his head kind of ripped back pretty suddenly. And I do think if he didn't get face mask there, he had a nice timed run. I thought he was going to burst through that hole. That was really good blocking up front by that Bobcat O-line.
Lane Sumner back in there for the first time after that dazzling performance in week 1. He's getting a breather. Elijah Elliott in the pistol formation behind Chambers. Here's the snap. They will keep it. Fires out into the flat and a little high. That just had a little too much mustard on it for Pickering. Incomplete. And 2nd down and 10 coming up. Montana State is up at the 36-yard line of Idaho State.
Yeah, per usual, trying to get Sean Chambers out of the pocket when possible. That was a simple flat route off of a play action, rolling to his right. But as you mentioned, just a little bit too much heat on that thing. Not enough touch for Trayton to get an opportunity to catch it.
Cats down 6-0, 11:15 to go in the first quarter. Alston to his left, or to our left. Over on the right side, it's Willie Patterson. Snell, the tight end, pistol formation. Here's the snap to Chambers. Fakes the handoff, looking deep down the left sideline. That is caught by Alston. First down. First Interstate Bank first down. Ravi Alston, a little comeback route, and he's able to make the catch for a first down snag.
Yeah, nice token play action, max protection, just 2 guys on the route. As you mentioned, Ravi Alston on the outside to the offense's left, does a good job selling the vertical, gets all the way to the first down marker, and has created enough separation to sit down and turns around, and a really nice strike there from Sean Chambers.
2 wide receivers to the right. 2 men in the backfield next to Chambers from the left. Hash mark 1st and 10 from the 23. Here's the snap. Looks to throw. Snell makes the catch, but is tackled immediately after a 3-yard gain. Cats up to the Rosauers red zone for 2nd and manageable.
It's that same play. We've already seen it 2 or 3 times here, and it's a slide route off of a play action, and Snell just leaks out into the flat, and Chambers dumps it out there. Minimal gain for the Bobcat O.
Alston to the left along with Patterson in the slot. Snell, the tight end on the right side. Elliott, the halfback from the right hash mark on the 20-yard line. 2nd and 7 coming up after a hard count. Now the Cats will change things up. Elliott shifts from the right side to the left side next to Chambers. Chambers claps his hands, takes the snap, hands it off. Elliott runs right, cuts back left, gets through the line of scrimmage, and he's up inside the 15, just shy of the 10-yard line. And that is a First Interstate Bank first down.
Yeah, good push by that Bobcat O-line. Really good patience by Elijah Elliott. He's really patient running laterally, and he kind of follows his blocks perfectly, finds a time to put his foot in the dirt. He just finds those small little seams. Another really productive run, Elijah Elliott.
1st and 10 from the 13-yard line. Cats in the Rosauers red zone. 9:30 to go in the first quarter. Cats down 6-0 against the Bengals. Shotgun formation. 2 wide receivers left. Here's the snap. Chambers keeps it. No, he gives it to Elliott, who runs right, and he dives forward for a nice hearty gain inside the 10-yard line. 2nd down due.
Yeah, same run, just a little bit of an outside zone play. Again, what that means, that offensive line is blocking a gap, or excuse me, a spot or a space, not a person. So they're just all stepping right laterally, working laterally, and letting Elijah Elliott pick his lane, which he does so well.
It's been a nice drive so far for Montana State after giving up a touchdown on their first defensive series. Empty backfield, 1 wide receiver left, 1 to the right. Fitzgerald out on the left side of the line. Chambers on the right hash mark with 2nd and 5 due up from the Cats, or from the 8-yard line. Here's the snap. Chambers runs right, busts through the 5-yard line, and is stopped just shy of the goal line. But he got the first down, so it's going to be 1st and goal from about the 2-yard line. Sean Chambers already 12 rushing touchdowns at the moment, tops in the nation across every level.
I don't think anybody in this stadium doubted who was going to get the football there on that play, and I don't know that there's any doubt who's going to get it now. Sean Chambers is just so hard to bring down. Look for this Idaho State defense to pressure. They like to pressure in the red zone and to try and throw off some timing. We'll see if they get that done.
First and goal from the 2, I formation. Chambers under center, takes the snap, turns, hands it off. R.J. Fitzgerald busts through the line into the end zone. Touchdown, Montana State. R.J. Fitzgerald in to score. Cats have tied it, and Fitzgerald has his second career touchdown, both coming in Big Sky play this year.
Yeah, and another nifty run here as I'm watching the replay, but he gets the fullback dive, does a good job of really shedding one little tackle with his feet. Kind of a nice little sidestep. RJ is an athletic kid. Good job finding the end zone for a second time in his career.
Yeah, Curtis Hill on the defensive line got through that line of scrimmage, and R.J. Fitzgerald, that nice little cut. Here's the snap, the hold, the kick. That is up and good from Sullivan to Lighton to Glessner, and the Cats take a 7-6 lead with 8:12 to go in the first quarter. All right, we'll take a break. Both sides scoring on the first series of the game. It's Montana State 7, Idaho State 6, 8:12 to go in the first. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. Omayabu is the starting tailback right now, number 10. We have not seen Hunter Radin, who'd been their starter, who was listed as a starter to begin the day. Third and 8 coming up from their own 27-yard line, 7:30 to go in the first quarter. Cats up 7-6 over Idaho State. Gronauer steps up to the line, makes an adjustment, now ready to go. Here's the snap, looking to throw, looking left, hit as he delivers. Intercepted! James Campbell has it. He's on his feet, running along the numbers, and is finally tackled near the 20-yard line. James Campbell had his first career interception last week, picks up his second today.
Yeah, that was fun to watch. A little cat and mouse game, both by the offense and the defense. The offense audibles, defense takes a look at the sideline, and they switch to a cover 2. I mean, they got 2 deep safeties, and the corners are responsible for the flat. Really good job by James Campbell sinking to his flat. He had nothing really threatening, so he continues to sink, as they call it, zone pointing or sloughing, and he throws that ball right to him. Really good cat and mouse game there, and easy catch, but you got to make those. He threw it right to him. And really good interception by James Campbell.
And there was a big hit on the quarterback, Gronauer. I didn't see which defensive lineman had it. Sean Chambers takes the first snap. He's trying to run, and he is contained and dropped for about a 7-yard loss. So Montana State will have 2nd and 7 coming up from the 30-yard line of Idaho State. 7 minutes to go in the first quarter. Cats up 7-6.
Yeah, and they were not fooled there. Quantrell Morris Walker, he was not fooled. He was the quarterback player from his safety spot. Really good open field tackle on a big target in Sean Chambers.
So Montana State going backwards. And again, I didn't see who had gotten that hit, but you could see Montana State getting some good pressure against the quarterback, Gronauer. Montana State take it over from left to right. It's officially going to be 2nd and 14 here. The snap. Chambers fakes the handoff, looking left, fires. That is caught by Cleveland Thomas on a knee. Nice little comeback around that left sideline, and that sets up 3rd and short. That was a nice toss.
Yeah, and this is this cover 3 that they're going to play a lot, meaning those outside corners are going to be responsible for a deep third of the field, and they're playing fairly loose. Cleveland Thomas doing a good job creating separation and really selling the vertical and then settling right before the sticks. Good catch. Cleveland Thomas getting more and more touches as the weeks have gone on. He's an explosive athlete. I don't look for that to change.
The transfer from Kentucky. 2 wide receivers right. Here's the snap. They hand it off to Lane Sumner. Bounces to the outside, and he's got the first Interstate Bank first down up to the 9-yard line as the Cats work in the Rosauers red zone with 1st and goal due.
Good to see him get more carries here. Lane Sumner back on the field. Again, coming back from that shoulder injury. Really good to see him getting carries.
5:40 and the clock running in the first quarter. Montana State up 7-6. They're slowing it down a little bit now in the red zone. R.J. Fitzgerald already with a town pump touchdown today. Chambers by himself in the backfield. 1 wide receiver left, 1 to the right, and Fitzgerald out of the right side of the line. From the left hash mark, Fitzgerald motions. Here's the snap. Now Chambers runs up the middle. He's heading toward the end zone, and he loses the football. It's fumbled at the 5-yard line. Still loose, still fighting for it, and we have no idea who's going to have it. Waiting for this call, and I think Montana State's going to keep it. One of the Idaho State defenders just stuck his hat right on the football.
Yeah, that was quite the tackle there. Sean Chambers looked like he dang near had a touchdown, but really good tackle. That was from the safety, Calvin Pitcher, the 6'1", 207-pound sophomore from Corona, California. Really good tackle on a big, big body, and Sean Chambers put his hat right on the helmet, and that thing went flying backwards.
There were about 4 different players that had a shot at that fumble for both teams.
That thing shot up in the air. Here's the snap. Chambers running again, up the middle, dives into the end zone. Touchdown! Montana State. Sean Chambers, number 13 on the season, and the Cats have a 13-6 lead over Idaho State with a PAT due up. 4:40 to go in the first quarter.
Yeah, a lot of weight in that backfield, a full house backfield. Really just 1 receiver on the field, so 22 personnel. Obedion is back there playing fullback. I know he likes that. Really good blocking up front.
Chambers had 3 touchdowns last week. He's got his first in the first quarter today. Here's the snap, a little bit high, brought down by Light, sticks the hold, and the kick is good from Blake Glessner. 4:40 to go in the first quarter. Montana State leading 14-6 over Idaho State. Montana State football is presented by Learfield. Down 14-6, 4:40 to go in the first. Shotgun snap. They hand it off. It's Hunter Radin this time. Runs right, and he is tackled right around the line of scrimmage. That was David Alston who got his arms around his ankles.
Yeah, Nolan Askelson also in on the play. The Billings senior product. That was a simple outside zone play. The offensive line working laterally to their right. Good job by those linebackers and that defensive line, sticking to their gaps, staying gap sound, making a play.
Now they're going to make a change. Idaho State looking to their left. That was a 3-yard gain. 2nd and 7 coming up from their own 28-yard line. 4 minutes in the clock running in the first quarter. Cats up 14-3. Shotgun snap. Gronauer looking to throw. Fires an out route to the right side. Caught quickly, and he's immediately out of bounds for a first down gain. That was an easy pitch and catch. Jaden James on the catch.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit more of that cat and mouse. This Idaho State offense, they're going to play, it's a look at me or check with me type offense. They're going to look to the sideline based on the defensive look, and then the defense is going to do the same thing when they have the opportunity. Idaho State wins that matchup.
1st and 10. Here's the snap. Handoff Radin running right outside the numbers, and he is off 2 tacklers, breaks a 3rd. He's got the first down. Wow, he just broke 3 tackles, and it's a first down gain for Idaho State.
Yeah, good blocking up front, and they did a good job of a crack on the outside by a receiver. Simeon Woodard had him dead to rights, but he shook through. This is an explosive back. He is very talented if you give him space.
Radin Hunter, 5'10", about 200 pounds from San Diego. He's the halfback, 4th-year sophomore. Here's the snap. They give it back to Radin. Runs up the middle, and he is stopped this time. Simeon Woodard coming in to help out, and Sebastian Valdez was there as well.
Yeah, Sebastian is so strong inside. He grabs him with one arm, finds a way to get him down. That was just a simple lead play, but they inserted the fullback, and good run fits by the Bobcat D.
Town Pump, the exclusive sponsor of the exciting Brawl the Wild, invites you to visit a Town Pump store on your way home for gas and snacks. Safe travels from Town Pump. 2:35 to go in the first quarter. Idaho State was 2nd and 10 from their own 48-yard line. Shotgun snap, quick throw to the outside, caught by Guillory, and he's blown up immediately. Heck of a tackle back there by Jeffrey Manning Jr.
Yeah, good job tracking from a whole lot of distance, running inside out, making a tackle in space. Guillory is their go-to target. They just try and get him from the motion. He motion from right to left. Then he just runs a simple flat play, but good job by the Bobcat D sorting through it, forcing a 3rd down here. Look for some pressure by this Bobcat D.
Clock running, just under 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. Montana State up 14-6. Idaho State with the football at their own 48 with 3rd and 10 coming up. Play clock winding down, under 5 seconds. Shotgun snap with an empty backfield. Gronauer fires over the middle. Guillory! No, we got a whistle here and a flag before that snap got off. It's a false start. That's a huge break. Xavier Guillory was deep into Cats territory when he caught that ball as the whistle sounded.
False start. Number 53 of the offense. 5-yard penalty. It remains 3rd down.
Yeah, fortunate break there. Pretty good throw by Gronauer into the seam. Guillory, again, he's their go-to target. I wouldn't look for that to be any different here on 3rd and long.
Yeah, he was wide open.
This Cats secondary struggling here against Idaho State. Gronauer, the 3rd-string quarterback for the Bengals, getting his 2nd start, is 5 of 7 for 78 yards in this first quarter with a touchdown. 3rd and 15 from their own 43. Snap. Gronauer looking to throw. Pressured. Fires into the flat of the left side. Caught there. And he is tackled back near the original line of scrimmage. It'll be 4th down coming up. It was Benjamin Omayabu who had the reception.
Yeah, tailback screen there is very common on those 3rd and longs. They're safe plays. And every now and again, you can catch a defense sleeping. But good job. Credit that Bobcat D forcing the punt.
Great job by Ben Seymour recognizing that and then tracking it down.
Yeah,
that's a lot to ask of those defensive linemen.
It is, and they used to call it smelling a rat. Those offensive linemen let those defensive linemen go, and you got to know if that happens, it's a screen. Good job, good recognition.
Here's the snap, here's the punt. High arcing punt. Taco Dowler calls for the fair catch just ahead of the 20-yard line, and that's where Montana State will take over with 32 seconds to go in the first quarter. Montana State up 14-6. Well, There's been some questions on this defensive side right now, Mikey. They have not been as crisp and clean as you need them to be.
No, they haven't been. But look, they've had a couple stops here recently, and that's awesome. That's a big stop right there. And they did have a fortunate situation with the false start. But all in all, getting off the field, giving the ball back to your offense who's on a roll.
Bedion back in on the offensive line for Montana State. Empty backfield, 3 wide receivers left, 2 to the right. Here's Marquis Johnson in motion. Snap, takes the pop pass, running left, and he is across the first down marker along the numbers, up just shy of the 35-yard line. Marquis Johnson coming around the left side for a first down gain.
Yeah, good job blocking on the outside as well. Robbie Alston doing a great job blocking for his teammates. Unselfish football by those receivers on the outside blocking for their teammates.
On the left side, Johnson and Snell. Here's Dollar in motion from right to left. He takes the pop pass running left toward the sideline, turns upfield, lowers his shoulder, and he's up near the first down marker, but there is a flag on the play.
In the vicinity of a hold. Yep.
That's going to go against Montana State. We'll get the official call here momentarily.
Holding number 16 of the offense. 10-yard penalty. It's still first down.
Just was giving those receivers credit, which they're fighting their tails off. It's challenging to block out there in space, and Marquis Alston had a little bit too much jersey.
And that will be the end of the first quarter. 2 Town Pump touchdowns, 1 from R.J. Fitzgerald, 1 from Sean Chambers, his 13th rushing touchdown that leads the nation. As we head to the second, it's Montana State 14, Idaho State 6. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. Elijah Elliott, the halfback from the right hash mark in a pistol formation. Chambers takes the high snap, corrals it, hands off for Elliott, runs left, and he is tackled by one of the defensive linemen who got his arms around him. That was a heck of a tackle there.
Yeah, I thought he had a little bit of a seam, but Cortland Horton does a good job from his defensive line position, getting his arms around Elijah Elliott. Nothing doing there, bringing up a critical third down. Got a player down there for Idaho State.
It's Bozeman Health injury timeout, and that will take us to a break as well. 10:33 to go in the second quarter. Montana State 14, Idaho State 6. We'll take a break. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. Join Champs New Kids Club presented by Billings Clinic Bozeman. Your $25 membership fee gets you game tickets, Bobcat gear, and more. Sign up today at msubobcats.com/Champs Kids Club. After a Bozeman Health injury timeout, Montana State getting back to work here. They work from right to left. They're in the Rosauers red zone. It's 3rd and 6 from the 10-yard line. Alston and Patterson spread out to the right side. Snell along with Pickering on the left side, 2 tight ends. And Lane Sumner is the halfback next to Sean Chambers. Cats have scored 2 rushing touchdowns today. 1 from Chambers, 1 from Fitzgerald. Ready to go on 3rd and 6. Shotgun snap, it was high, brought back down, hands off for Sumner, and he's stuffed at the line. And that's 4th down coming up, no gain. And Idaho State's defensive line stands strong, and here comes the kicking unit for the Cats.
Yeah, some pressure brought off the edge. And this Idaho State defense, they love to bring pressure, both in the red zone and on 3rd down, sticking to their normal trend there, bringing pressure on 3rd down in the red zone. So, good stop for that defense. But gotta get some points here if you're the Bobcat special teams.
Sullivan to snap, Lighten to hold, Glessner to boot from the left hash mark. Snap, good one. Here's the hold, the kick, that is up, and that is good. Blake Glessner kicks it through. He's 6 for 9 in field goal attempts this year, and that will take us to a break. Montana State adds to their lead. They're up 17-6 over Idaho State. 9:47 to go in the second quarter. We'll take a break. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. Ditch the red Solo Cup and equip yourself with the ultimate tailgate must-have. Flask Cap allows you to easily mix your favorite cocktail with the press of the fun button while you prepare to cheer on our Bobcats. Montana State leading 17-6 after the 27-yard field goal from Blake Glessner. That was a 12-play, 69-yard drive, 5:45 off the clock during that drive. And so far, so good on the offensive end for Montana State, Mikey.
Yeah, absolutely. Very efficient, and stumbled a little bit there late on that drive, not able to convert on a 3rd and medium, but really good to see kickers come on, your special teams units come in and contribute.
Yeah, that Idaho State defensive line really started to find a little something on that drive, so we'll see if this offensive line can keep shoving them around, but it's not easy.
No, and they're an athletic bunch, and they bring quite a bit of pressure, like I mentioned, a lot on 3rd down, and so that always provides a challenge if you're an offensive line trying to sort all the pressures through, so we'll take the points, there's no doubt about it.
Glessner ready to boot it away. Timmy Trumpet echoing through Bobcat Stadium. 9:47 to go in the second quarter. Here's the kick down the middle of the field, and that is out of the back of the end zone, and Idaho State will take over at their own 25. Montana State 17, Idaho State 6. And another touchback recorded by Glessner. Came into this game, Glessner 38 kicks, 26 touchbacks. You'll take that.
Yeah, you absolutely will. That makes your job on kickoff coverage fairly simple, but he's giving you enough opportunities to cover, just to keep you honest.
Well, this Idaho State offense has had a solid start, just the one touchdown so far, but they'd have more offense at this point if it weren't for a couple of breaks that went the Cats' way with a holding and a false start. Crowd getting loud now as Idaho State sets up out of a shotgun formation. They take the snap, hand it off, runs up the middle, and he's brought down right away. Nolan Askelson and Danny Louis-Lekepa in on the stop to take down the running back, Raiden Hunter.
Yeah, they played really well together. A lot of times they're both rotating, both Danny Yu and Nolan playing the Mike position, but both of them on the field at one time here. Really productive. Good fast trigger by Nolan Askelson getting downhill. Great tackle by the Billings senior product.
Well, Louis-Lekepa's younger brother also just committed to Montana State. Coming out this week, here's the snap, handoff, running right outside the hash marks, turns upfield at the numbers, and finally chased out of bounds across the 40-yard line on the end around. First down for Idaho State.
Yeah, created a condensed formation and really got that defense to get in nice and tight, and then they ended up running that pop pass through a jet sweep motion and got on the edge quickly for that Bobcat D. Good play call by the Idaho State offense.
Chet James on the carry. 8:53 to go in the second quarter. Montana State up 17-6. This is a big drive for the Bengals, trying to stay in this game on the right hash mark with 1st and 10 from their 42-yard line. Snap, play action. Gronauer looks deep, doesn't have it. Runs out left, scrambling across the line of scrimmage, angling toward the first down marker, and he comes out just oh, no, they gave it to him. Looked like they were going to spot that a yard short. He got the first down on the scramble left, so first down into Cats territory.
Yeah, really good coverage there by the Bobcat secondary. Unfortunately, losing contain. Looked like a bust on the defensive line. They ended up with a couple guys in the same gap. Nobody working to contain. Easy run lane for Gronauer.
1st and 10 up to the Cats 48-yard line. 8:15 to go in the second. Shotgun snap. Gronauer keeps it. It's stripped and loose on the field and picked up by Montana State. Pavel Price Jr. was there to snag it, and Montana State forces the fumble, but let's see. Officials coming together here momentarily, but I think that was knocked out.
Yeah, we're going to see. I'm just watching this replay.
It's David Alston.
Run looks like a fumble to me off that replay. They're lucky that he got to that quarterback well timed because it was a run pass option. They had a seam route, or a slant route rather, off of that run pass option, a little token play action. He was wide open. Fortunate they got the quarterback there before he let the ball loose.
Alston the forced fumble, Price the recovery. Montana State takes over at the 45-yard line of Idaho State with 8 minutes to go in the second quarter. Pistol snap, Chambers keeps it, looking to throw, fires to the right side. Willie Patterson makes the catch, and he's got the first down. First Interstate Bank first down. Actually they're marking him a yard short at the 36-yard line.
Interesting, just a max protection, 2-receiver route. Off of that turnover, you often see offenses take a real deep shot, try and get into the end zone. But a conservative play call there. Good catch by Willie Patterson. Good timing route by Sean Chambers as well.
So it's 2nd and 1 from the 36, 7:40 to go in the first half. Montana State up 17-6. They forced 2 turnovers so far. Here's the chest high snap. Chambers fires left. Ooh, and he just airmailed it looking for Cleveland Thomas. And that's incomplete. 3rd down coming up.
Yeah, try to get that play action and zip it out there. A little too much heat on it. He can throw those fastballs, but we've seen some of those touch passes a little bit tougher for Sean, but that happens to a quarterback from time to time again, and no sweat. 3rd down and manageable.
How can you not be a little amped up in front of a sellout crowd like this? 3rd and 1 from the right hash mark at the 36-yard line of the Bengals. Cats with the football. Sumner, the halfback, on the right hash mark. Here's the snap. They hand it off. Sumner runs right. He's got the 1st down. He's got space outside the numbers. Down the right sideline. Finally twisted out of bounds up at the 13-yard line. What a burst by Lane Sumner.
Yeah, great blocking up front. Again, that same outside zone play, that offensive line stepping right, really working lateral, trying to create some space. Good patience by Lane Sumner, just stretching it laterally and then finding that seam and puncturing right through that defense.
Another First Interstate Bank 1st down. Back into the Rose Hours red zone again for Montana State, but this is where they stalled out and settled for a field goal on their last possession. 1st and 10. Shotgun snap. Chambers keeps it. Running left outside the hash marks, turns upfield, dives forward, and he bowls his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Montana State. Sean Chambers, his 2nd score of the day, give him 14 rushing touchdowns on the season.
He took a shot there too, I can see. Took one to his thigh. Ended up closing in on that end zone, and there's 4 or 5 Bengals defenders waiting for him. He's a load. Good job just finding that end zone. Really good play call there by Taylor Housewright. Nice pull by Sean Chambers. Good blocking by the offensive line.
Another Town Pump touchdown. Here's the snap and hold. This kick is up, and that kick is good. The PAT has given Montana State a 24-6 lead. We'll take a break. Sean Chambers, his 2nd rushing touchdown of the day, and Montana State leads 24-6 over Idaho State with 6:55 to go in the 2nd quarter. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. Hey, Bobcat fans, when you buy Bobcat products at the MSU bookstore, you help lower the price of course materials for Montana State students. Shop online at Bobcat Stadium or on campus. The MSU bookstore is your Bobcat gear headquarters. 6:55 to go in the second quarter. Montana State 24, Idaho State 6. Dan Davies is down on the sideline. Dan, what are you seeing after that scoring drive?
Well, I can tell you the Bobcats 4 possessions, 4 scores. You can't ask better than that other than that field goal instead of a touchdown. But nonetheless, they seem to be well in control here in this first half.
So far, so good. Cats gave up a touchdown on their first defensive series of the day, but have started to tighten things up. Idaho State takes over at their own 25-yard line. Shotgun snap. Gronauer looking to throw. Fires to Guillory. Bobbled. And did he come down with that? Yes, he did. Wow, it kind of hit him in the arms. Popped up, and then he snatched it. Daniel Louis Lekepa was there. He almost caught the ricochet.
Yeah, he did, and then it ends up, he does a full barrel roll on the turf and ends up falling right back on his chest. Fortunate break for Idaho State.
5-yard gain on the catch, 2nd and 5 from the 30-yard line. Shotgun formation, one halfback. Here's the snap. He will hand it off, running right up the middle, and Hunter Radin is balled up after a 1, maybe 2-yard gain, 3rd down due.
Yeah, good downhill fill by Callahan O'Reilly, holding his ground. That Bobcat defensive line, Ben Seymour doing a great job on the inside there, as well as Sebastian Valdez, per usual, holding their ground. They're tough to move on the inside there.
Bell tolling on 3rd down. 6 minutes remaining in the first half. 1 wide receiver left, 2 to the right, single halfback, shotgun formation to left hash mark. Here's the snap. Gronauer looking to throw on 3rd down. Fires over the middle, in and out of the hands of Guillory. Wow, he was right there, had a little bit of a seam, and went right through the midst.
I think we know who they want to get the football to when it means something. 3rd down, I think they've thrown the football to Guillory almost every time.
That was a little bit of alligator arms right there.
Now, he had a couple of footsteps right around him as well, but certainly a ball that should have been caught.
Yeah, and Bobcats were playing man-to-man, and Guillory was lined up on the outside. He took a couple stutter steps and then absolutely tried to pick one of those Bobcat defenders. Luckily, he dropped that football.
Here's the punt from Idaho State. It's a short punt, takes a couple of funny hops, and is finally touched up around the 35-yard line by Idaho State. And Cats will take over. Yeah, so it's going to be the 36-yard line for Montana State to take over. 5:39 to go in the first half. Montana State up 24-6. And Mikey, right here, you mentioned at the top, when you start to get control of this game, you have to put your foot down.
Yeah, and it starts at the line of scrimmage. And this Montana State offense is going to run the football. There's no doubt about it. They're in control of this game, but you can have an opportunity to go up 31-6 heading into the locker room at halftime and getting the ball coming out of halftime. So, big drive for this Bobcat O.
Pistol formation, here's the snap. Chambers runs up the middle. He's got space and slides forward as he gets to the Bobcat logo up to the 41-yard line. He had a feet-first slide, then got kind of hit in the chest there by one of the linebackers. That looked very similar to the play that Tommy Malott got hurt on in Eastern, but Chambers A-OK, back up to his feet.
A lot of stuff going on that last play. Pulling guard and Taco Dowler on a fake jet sweep trying to pull those backers out.
2nd and 5 snap, handoff to Elliott, runs right, and he hits a white wall of jerseys by the Bengals up to the 41, so no gain. 3rd down coming up with the clock running at the 5-minute mark of the second quarter. Cats up 24-6.
Yeah, just an outside zone play, and credit that defense. They did a really good job on the defensive front. David Rowe is their big defensive tackle, along with Jake McGinnis. Both of those guys disrupted that play entirely.
So 3rd and 5. Lane Sumner, the halfback. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Shotgun formation on the right hash mark. And we've got a flag as it was a funky snap. I'm not sure what happened there. What do we got?
Looked to be a false start. I think Taco Dowler was moving.
Vegan says he called for a timeout. He's halfway out onto the field.
False start. Number 14 of the offense. 5-yard penalty, remains 3rd down.
Okay, false start. So a mistake on the line for Montana State.
Yeah, that looked like an operations error. Vegan wanted to have a timeout, and then he was talking to Chambers about kind of a check with me, and that just looked to be a miscommunication across the board.
Bumps the Cats back to the 36-yard line. 3rd and 10. 4:20 to go in the second quarter. Montana State up 24-6. They've scored on every drive so far today. Here's the snap. Handed off. Sumner runs right outside the numbers. Turns upfield. Dives forward near the first down marker. Let's see where the spot is. And it looks like he got it. It is. First Interstate Bank first down.
Yeah, good productive run. Downhill. Just an outside zone play. Offensive line gets that defensive line sealed, and he had the edge to run off of. Really good productive run by Lane Sumner.
4-minute offense right here, guys.
That's right. This is a drill you work every single week in practice. 4 minutes to go. You got the ball. Got to go down and score. Operating the drill well.
Here's the snap. They hand it off to Sumner. Runs right. Patiently dives through the line of scrimmage. Gets up to the 50-yard line. That's where he's stood up. 4-yard gain after the run.
Good jump cut. Looked to be bottled up early, but he snuck through a small little gap. He's a stocky, short back, but such good vision. Lane Sumner finding a small little crease and making something out of nothing.
Alston spread out to the right side. Dowler, the slot receiver on the left side with Thomas on the outside. Elijah Elliott, the halfback. Pickering on the left side as the tight end. Chambers gets a play call from the right side. Tommy Mulata part of it, sending out some signals, wearing a red cap, out with the head injury. Turned it into a pistol formation now. Chest high snap, fakes the handoff, looking to throw down the right sideline. That ball is incomplete, and there is no flag. Boy, Ravi Alston looked pretty tied up. No flag, incomplete.
Yeah, I think both of those guys were wrestling pretty good there.
Montana State is lucky that was an interception. He had it there for a second.
Yeah, it sure looked like it, and pretty darn good coverage on the outside there. And I like the no call. Both those guys are battling.
There you go. And that's the defensive man saying good no call.
Yeah, what do you think down there, Dan?
Yeah, it's a tie. I got you.
Okay, good.
Cats with it up at the 49-yard line. 3rd and 7 here. 2:56 to go in the second quarter. Shotgun snap. They hand it off. Elliott runs right. Hurdles over the line. Pushing the pile up to the 45. And he is stopped a yard shy of the first down mark. 4th down due.
They went back to that same play. It was a first down run for Lane Sumner earlier. It was a trips formation to the boundary or to the field, and they ended up almost getting a nice chunk play. I thought they were going to move the chains there. Looks like they're going to keep the offense out.
Heavy package, guys.
Yep.
Devin Slaughter into the game as the up back. Snell is the halfback. 4th and 1. Snap. They hand it off to Snell, and he busts through the line for the first down. Derek Snell, the First Interstate Bank first down up to the 41-yard line, and the drive will continue with 2:15 to go in the second quarter.
Yeah, Derek Snell, what a big, smooth athlete. You know, he plays a little bit of tight end. He can block. He can catch passes. Look at him lining up at tailback as well. He's a really key piece to this offense, the Alaska Anchorage native.
And the junior Devin Slaughter came in there and helped out as well as the fullback. 1st and 10, the snap. Chambers hands it off. Elliott gets met at the line, and he is stopped at the 40 after a 2-yard gain. 2nd down coming up.
He's brought down by Tyler Gonzalez.
Now 1:40 to go in this second quarter now. 2nd and 8. Montana State up 24-6. Shotgun formation, snap to Chambers, looking to throw, fires into the flat. That's caught by Elliott. He's got the first down, spins forward up to the 30-yard line. The Cats have another First Interstate Bank first down.
Good job getting Elijah Elliott involved in the pass game. He comes out of the backfield, just finds his way into the flat. Sean Chambers finds him for a pretty easy throw. Good job making a first down.
Here's the snap. Chambers fires in the flat again. Elijah Elliott makes another catch, shuffles back, stays in bounds as he's taken down just shy of the 20-yard line. Cats have all 3 timeouts here, but they're letting this thing run for now as we hit the 1-minute mark of the second quarter.
Yeah, same exact play. Went right back to that same flat route out of the backfield. Simple throw.
Bozeman Health doesn't want you to have an injury timeout. A primary care provider helps keep you healthy and in the game. Visit bozemanhealth.org today to find a primary care provider in Belgrade, Big Sky, or Bozeman. Your care is our purpose. So Montana State doing a nice job just slowly, methodically getting themselves down the field here at the end of this first half.
Yeah, I like the the mindset here. There's been a handful of plays that this Idaho State defense has not stopped, and they've called it time and time again. We've seen it both in the run game and then right there in the pass game. That was the same play call in a pretty easy pitch and catch to the flat, out of the backfield, 7 yards at a time. You'll take that anytime you can.
Montana State lining up again after the timeout on the right hash mark. 1 minute exactly remaining in the first half. Cats up 24-6. Sumner the halfback, 3 wide receivers left, 1 to the right. Chambers takes the snap. He hands it off, and Sumner is swarmed in the backfield. There have been a couple of pushes here from the Idaho State defensive line. Another timeout called by Montana State.
Yeah, a lot of penetration there. That was that was Spencer Tatufu from Portland, Oregon. He was in the backfield there early. Not a lot of push by that offensive line on that second down, but third down, you want to try and move the sticks here. Love to get a touchdown and not settle for a field goal.
We've seen Weir and Kettles on the outside of that line right now. We're not seeing Rush Reimer at the moment. He was here and ready to start. He is on the sideline. I can see big number 63 over there, but it's been Kettles and Weir on the outside of that line over the last couple of possessions, including right here.
Yeah, this is where you really can steal one. Again, you want to steal any points. Make sure you're not doing anything silly to move yourself backwards at all on a key third down, but you'd love to move the sticks and get in the end zone, really steal some points right before halftime. Remember, the Cats get the ball open in the second half.
3rd and 4 from the 23-yard line. Snap to Chambers, looking right, doesn't have it, fires over the middle. That's caught by Pickering, and he spun down at the 10-yard line after gaining the first down. Montana State up 24-6, 49 seconds left in this first half. Clock will keep moving. They are not using this timeout here. Both teams with 2 timeouts at the moment. So Chambers quickly to the line out of the shotgun formation on the right hash mark. Takes a high snap, looking to throw, fires into the flat. Caught by Sumner outside the numbers, and he dives out of bounds near the 5-yard line. Give him officially the 6-yard line.
I mean, out of the last 5 plays, we've seen that exact same flat route into the right side of the boundary, and it's an easy throw. And so I'm surprised Idaho State has not made any adjustment. It's 5 or 6 or 7 yards at a pop.
33 seconds left in the first half. Montana State in the Rosauers red zone up at the 6-yard line. 2nd and goal to go. Cats try to add to a 24-6 lead. Man in motion from right to left. Chambers takes the snap. He runs up the middle. Chambers back into the end zone. Touchdown, Montana State. Sean Chambers, 3 rushing touchdowns today. He's got 15 rushing touchdowns on the season, and Montana State has a 30-6 lead with the PAT due up.
Yeah, I love the play call. They use a jet sweep as a little bit of some window dressing and getting those linebackers' eyes in the wrong spot. Sean Chambers gets downhill, does the rest. Great push by the Bobcat O-line.
Here's the snap from Sullivan. This kick is up on the PAT, and that is good. Montana State has a 31-6 lead with 29 seconds left in the first half. Stockman Bank is only in Montana and was honored by Forbes as one of the best banks for 2022 in the world. Discover the difference of banking with Montana's brand of banking. So Sean Chambers, 3 rushing touchdowns today. He has 15 rushing touchdowns on the season. The program record is Troy Anderson. He had 21 in 2018. There have only been 2 20 rushing touchdown seasons in program history. Here we are nearly at the exact midway point of the season, and Sean Chambers has 15.
Yeah, it's hard to say that he's not going to get that record. I mean, you're 15 in with a lot of football left to be played, and he's done a ton of work up to this point, but really credit that offensive line. They have opened a lot of holes for Sean Chambers and company.
So Montana State will kick it away with 29 seconds left in the first half. Dan Davies will have Brent Vegan at halftime after that final whistle, and Montana State will kick it away here. So Cats score on every possession of the first half. That last drive, 14 plays, 64 yards, 5 minutes, 10 seconds. Glessner, the kick. Oh, that's a beauty. Down the middle of the field, and that thing is out of the back of the end zone, a touchback. And Idaho State will take over. Montana State right now dominating the time of possession, almost 20 minutes to about 9.5 for Idaho State. That is complete control.
Yeah, they tried to put it in a phone booth, just running the football and controlling the line of scrimmage and the clock. And now you're playing from behind. If you're Idaho State, they gotta take opportunities to throw the football behind this many points heading into the second half.
Now they can throw it a little bit. They can score in a hurry. Here's the snap on 1st and 10. Gronauer fires over the middle, caught along the right hash mark, and he dives forward just shy of the first down marker, and a timeout called by Idaho State. For more than 25 years, Amy Sayer has provided the highest level of service in the real estate industry in conjunction with Berkshire Hathaway Home Services, Montana Properties. Amy and her team are committed to providing the very best experience for their clients and customers. So the touchdown breakdown for Montana State again today. Sean Chambers with 3 touchdowns. R.J. Fitzgerald with 1 today as well. Chambers through the air, 15 of 18, 129 yards through the air. Chambers has 8 carries and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, not a bad ratio there. A lot of people would kill for that.
Sean Chambers is beating up some of these opposing defenders. The transfer from Wyoming still in there. Tommy Millott out for the 2nd straight week with the head injury. 2nd and 1 from their own 34-yard line. Idaho State with a football. Here's the snap. Gronauer fires incomplete, airmailing Guillory over on the right sideline. 3rd down coming up with the Cats up 31-6.
Yeah, he clutched there, almost held on to it for one more split second. That Bobcat defensive line bearing down on him. They still got a shot. They really did. They still got a pretty good hit on him. Those things take a toll on you as the game progresses.
Gronauer getting his 2nd start this year, the 3rd-string quarterback. Their 1st-string quarterback had a collarbone injury. 2nd-string quarterback had an ankle injury. Here's the snap. Fires over the middle. Guillory makes the catch for a 1st down. He lost it. Ball is loose on the field, and I think Montana State's going to come away with it. Another forced fumble by Montana State, and the Cats have it. They forced another turnover with 8 seconds left in the 2nd quarter.
Yeah, Ty Okada comes up with the football. They were trying to do a little bit too much there. Guillory was in traffic. See what this Bobcat O is going to do. I mean, they're got 8 seconds, 2 timeouts left. I wouldn't be surprised if you get right back to that same flat route that's been open for so many chunk plays here that last series. See if they're going to try and be aggressive, maybe get a field goal off. Again, a key point here is they got 2 timeouts to work with.
Rush Reimer back in there on the line for Montana State, and now Sean Chambers is using a timeout. They didn't have enough men. They just didn't have somebody on the line. Omar Ibedian was about to jump back out there. Hey, Bobcat fans, when you buy Bobcat products at the MSU bookstore, you help lower the price of course materials for Montana State students. Shop online at Bobcat Stadium or on campus. The MSU bookstore is your Bobcat gear headquarters. So still a little miscommunication there by Montana State, and they have to use the timeout with 8 seconds left in this 1st half. But, yeah, Mikey, that defensive start for Montana State, a little scary, but they have stiffened up now.
Yeah, and that's encouraging to see. A little adversity right out of the gate, giving up a whole bunch of chunk plays and a touchdown. But they've settled in nicely here the latter part of this 1st half.
It's like they don't even think the game starts until they face a little adversity. They just need a little extra edge.
Yeah, that's not good if you're a coach. You're not liking that, I can promise. You just get it figured out. Let's get it settled in right out of the gates.
So Montana State with a football, and quickly a whistle here, and Idaho State will use a timeout. It was Callahan O'Reilly who was credited with the forced fumble, by the way. Ty Okada, as you mentioned, was the one who came up with the recovery. So Montana State has forced 2 fumbles, and James Campbell has an interception as the Bengals use a timeout. At Montana's Rib and Chop House, our staff is dedicated to creating extraordinary experiences that raise the bar in each of our communities. Enjoy premium steaks, fresh seafood, and award-winning baby back ribs. We look forward to sharing a little Rocky Mountain hospitality with you. So Cats taking the ball away today. Defense, as we mentioned, struggled early, but they've been able to take that football away a couple times.
Yeah, and you got to be opportunistic and credit that defense. Winning the turnover battle is so key and such a predictor when it comes to winning football games, and they've done that in this 1st half.
They must have listened to the pregame show. That's exactly what Dan told us.
That's exactly right. Well done, Dan.
Always on top of the game. Montana State 1st and 10 from the 43-yard line of the Bengals. Here's the snap with 8 seconds left in the first half. Chambers looking to take a shot down the right sideline. That is caught by Cleveland Thomas, just shy of the 20-yard line, and he shuffles out of bounds. That was a nice touch pass.
Absolutely. He zipped that thing in there. That was a fastball with just enough touch to get over that first defender. Really good throw, standing in the pocket. And this gives a very makeable opportunity for Glessner.
About 40 yards. Lighton set up at the 30-yard line, so this will be about a 40-yard attempt for Blake Glessner, who's 1 for 1 today. Cats trying to extend the lead with 3 seconds left in the first half. Here's the snap. It's a good one. The hold, the kick, line drive kick has split the uprights. It is good. Montana State takes a 34-6 lead as the first half expires. Montana State scores on every single drive of the first half, including the drive that started with less than 10 seconds left in this second quarter. Dan Davies is with Brent Vegan.
Here we are with Coach Vegan. Other than that first opening drive by Idaho State, you've had this game under control.
Well, yeah, I mean, they got good players, and they made a couple plays that first drive, and our whole thing is, hey, the other teams are going to make plays. We can't panic. And our offense had a really good drive to answer them. I mean, a methodical drive. Defense is settled in, and offensively, I think we've been able to put points on. We've taken advantage of turnovers. So, we got to keep our foot in the gas for the second half.
And a nice change of pace with Lane Sumner back out there.
Yeah, great to see Lane. Lane and Elijah are just different enough, and that's really hard on the defense. Appreciate that combination of the both of them.
All right, Coach, good luck second half.
Thanks a lot.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Dan, along with head coach Brent Vegan. Like, you can feel the adrenaline from Brent there. He's amped up. This is a big game.
Yeah, totally. He made a couple really good points that I'd like to highlight is the difference in those two backs. Elijah Elliott and then Lane Sumner, very, very different runners. And you got to have them. And it's tough on a defense to, you're not just queuing in on one guy, his running style. The days of that are gone. And so you now have two backs that run a little bit different. They have different capabilities. They're different sizes, different speeds. And so tough on a defense. And I think that's a really good, just a good point by Coach Vegan. And we've seen them both get plenty of carries today, and we'll see more of it here in the second half.
Well, especially when you consider that's your third and fifth string running backs coming into the season.
Yeah, it says a lot to how they've recruited and developed and coached. Depth is key. You got to have a lot of depth across multiple positions, and from the running back position all the way to the offensive line where they're rotating guys in to the defensive line. It says a lot to the recruiting and the depth that's been established all across the board for this Bobcat football team.
And we did get an update about Isaiah Ifanse a little bit on the radio show this last week. So he's got another doctor's visit next week. That's when we're supposed to get something that should resemble a timeline. So they're confident Isaiah Ifanse is coming back before the end of the regular season. Sounds like we'll figure out a little more information next week, which is exciting.
Yeah, that falls into a problem that's really good to have. You got multiple guys that can carry the football, and you need them. And you can't have enough good football players touching the ball. You just got to get creative and get them on the field at one time. And that's, again, like I said, that falls in the problem of or the category of a good problem to have. So,
if I'd say just less than 200 yards shy of the program career mark, he does have the single season rushing record already in his back pocket. All right, we'll take a break. It's halftime. Montana State leading Idaho State 34-6, looking to take a 3-0 start in Big Sky play. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. I've only really been here for about 2 months. Cats on top at halftime, up 34-6 over Idaho State. All right, we are lucky enough to be joined now by a Montana State alum and the Stockman Bank president, Paul Payhut. Paul, how we doing?
We're doing great. What a beautiful homecoming day today.
Yeah, and you're an alumni too, so you're supposed to be here regardless of what else you're here for.
That's right. I'd be here no matter what. I'm a long-term season ticket holder, so we love it.
Yeah,
Entire family support from the Payhuts.
Okay, yeah, this is beautiful. I mean, we're in a golden age right now with this type of atmosphere, are we not?
We are spoiled rotten today. This is one of the most beautiful homecoming weather days that I've enjoyed and experienced here.
So it's not supposed to be. I'm a first year here. It's not supposed to be like this in October.
Typically not. We usually have our parkas on and hats already. So.
Well, let's talk a little bit about your bank, Stockman Bank. You guys were one of the Forbes World's Best Banks in 2022. Not too shabby considering you guys are only here in Montana.
That's right. Obviously, our roots here run long and deep. 70 years coming up this year in the state of Montana. We're very proud with that independence and acknowledgement, being family owned and operated here for this entire time. Third generation now at the helm of the bank.
That's pretty impressive. So you guys have been funding and hiring a lot of Montanans for years and years, right?
That's right. We have a big team. We're up over 800 staff members, a lot of them local Montanans. Very true and proud to our organization. Very similar to what you see with the Montana State University athletic and football team. A lot of our team works really hard, puts in that extra effort, and makes a difference for our customers. And people continue to come and say, Stockman's the place to be.
Yeah, expand on that a little bit for me, for this outside city slicker who gets the opportunity to get behind the mic for you guys. I mean, tell me a little bit more about just that Montana backbone you guys have.
Yeah, I think, when customers come in, they get that personal touch from our staff. The pandemic, COVID, we were one of the first banks to get opened back up. We wanted to be in touch with our customers. That's how things get done. Relationships are built and maintained, and trust just certifies where we want to be with our customers.
Yeah, it kind of sounds nice that you can still meet face-to-face. You're not just calling some phone bank when you're trying to get help from Stockman Bank.
That's right. Obviously we have that available too, and, the world's best technology as well as the industry continues to change. So things are challenging, but we continue to make those investments in our technology, staff, our person, to make that a different experience for our customers.
And your 70th anniversary is coming up next year. That's exciting. What are you guys going to do to celebrate?
Well, I think we're still creating what that's going to look like from the envelope perspective, but if it's anything like the Bobcats run back in the 50s for the most home wins,
yes,
hopefully it's a great experience.
Yes, the Cats on the cusp today. Obviously, we don't want to put the horse before the cart, but Montana State up 34-6 at halftime right now. A win today, and you match the longest home winning streak in program history, which was in the late 50s. Sonny Holland was the starting center on that team, and now he's got his name on the Sonny Holland zone in front of the student section just off to our right. Pretty impressive stuff what this Cats home field advantage is doing right now.
Absolutely. Sonny's made us all proud. We love to come in and touch his foot on game day. He's overlooking this whole entire stadium in this program, and he's one of the all-time best here.
No doubt. So, Stockman Bank, anything else we should know? Anything else you want to get out there about you guys right now?
Just come see us. 35 locations, coming soon to Whitefish. So come on in and take a look.
Sounds good. Paul Payhut, the Stockman Bank president and Montana State alum. Appreciate you coming up to the booth and hanging out a little bit.
Thank you very much. Go Cats.
All right, we'll take a break. This is halftime. Montana State leading 34-6 over Idaho State. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. 34 points, 18 first downs. They had 143 rushing yards, 150 passing yards. Sean Chambers went 16 of 19 through the air. That's a total of 293 yards of offense in the first half. Meanwhile, Idaho State, 7 first downs. They had 9 rushes for only 28 yards, 123 yards through the air, 10 of 14 with 1 interception. Total of 23 plays and 151 yards today. For Montana State, Lane Sumner, 8 carries, 68 yards on those 8 carries. Elijah Elliott, 8 carries, 35. Sean Chambers, 8 carries, 33 yards, 3 touchdowns. R.J. Fitzgerald, 1 carry, 2 yards, 1 touchdown, his second career score. And for Montana State, really spreading things around to the wide receiving core. Pickering leading the team, 3 catches, 40 yards. Cleveland Thomas Jr., 2 for 32. Robbie Alston, 2 for 22. Elijah Elliott, 2 for 20. Willie Patterson, 2 for 10. Derek Snell, 2 for 7. Marquis Johnson, 1 for 13. Sumner, a catch for 4. Taco Dollar, a catch for 2 so far. And on the other side for Idaho State, Raiden Hunter, 5 carries, 18 yards on the ground. Xavier Guillory, 5 catches, 49 yards through the air to start this game. Not only is dairy delicious, but it also promotes health and wellness as well. Just 3 servings of dairy a day improves overall wellness and may reduce the risk of developing some chronic diseases. It's a quick, convenient, and economic way to make sure you are staying strong and healthy on and off the field. We got to take one more break. When we get back, we'll start the second half between Montana State and Idaho State. Cats 34, Bengals The numbers across the 40. He's across the 50. Marquis Johnson down the left sideline with a stiff arm, shoved out of bounds up at the 20-yard line. Mikey, that's why teams have been kicking away from Marquis Johnson.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why they kick to him now. He's leading the Big Sky in returns and shows exactly why. Really good blocking. Credit Derek Snell. They're going to get somebody for a hold here. But regardless, really good blocking up front. That one's going to come back. But still, you got to learn your lesson. Kicking to a guy like him, Marquis Johnson, he can scoop.
So he came in averaging about 35 yards per carry. That's tops in the Big Sky, as Mikey mentioned. That's 4th in the nation. We finally started seeing teams kick away from him in that UC Davis game. And, well, you can see why. I mean, that's a prime kick. If you give Marquis Johnson the football at the 2-yard line in the middle of the field, he's going to do damage.
Yeah, he really will. They do a good job of sugaring that return, really good blocking, but offense has got the ball.
Montana State takes the snap. Lane Sumner takes the handoff. He runs right, and he is tackled forward up to the 24-yard line. Nice hearty gain. It'll be second and manageable after the first play from scrimmage in the second half. Montana State up 34-6.
Yeah, really picking up right where they left off. Simple zone play out to the right. Lane Sumner does a good job staying patient. Offensive line leaning heavily on that Bengal defensive line, creating some really good seams. Good, patient, strong run by Lane Sumner.
2nd and 4 from the 24-yard line. Here's the snap. Chambers takes it. Hands off. Sumner's got a huge gap. Runs right up the middle, and he's finally tackled at the 34-yard line. That was a massive gap. That's the first Interstate Bank first down for Montana State.
Yeah, that offensive line, they wash down that entire line, and it creates a gap just right off the end of Rush Reimer there. And he just goes right downhill, makes one man miss. Big chunk play. This offensive line is really carrying the load today.
What a welcome sight to see Lane Sumner back after injuring himself after week 1. Here's the snap. Elijah Elliott takes the handoff. He runs up the middle, and he spins forward for another first Interstate Bank first down on an 11-yard gain up to the 45-yard line.
Yeah, just really getting after him up front, pushing that line of scrimmage. And those defensive linemen are in the laps of those backers, and that's a really tough place to play if you're a linebacker. You can't make a whole lot of plays. This Bobcat offensive line is controlling the football game early in the second half.
Cats have scored on every drive so far today. Here's the snap. Chambers will hand it off, and Elijah Elliott this time is picked up for a 1-yard loss. So he is tackled in the backfield. 2nd and 11 coming up from the 44-yard line.
Yeah, credit their big nose guard, Jake McGinnis. He's the 315-pounder. He wasn't going to be fooled that time. Strikes that offensive lineman, resets the line of scrimmage, and makes a tackle for loss there. That was a nice play by that Jake McGinnis.
Patterson spread out to the left side with Thomas in the slot. Ravi Alston over on the right side. Pistol formation, Elijah Elliott in the backfield. From the right hash mark, 2nd and 11. Snap to Chambers. He hands it off. Elijah Elliott runs right, and he pushes the line of scrimmage forward by a yard or 2. Give him 2 on the play. 3rd down.
This smaller defensive line for Idaho State is having to create some movement up front, and they do that by being creative with some twists and some stunts. And right there we see a twist and a stunt, and worked out well as their defensive tackle David Rowe ended up wrapping from right to left and got right into the lap of Elijah Elliott. They're undersized, but they're pretty twitchy. They're trying to get creative with stunts and blitzes.
Snap to Chambers, looking to throw, fires over the middle, through the hands of Derek Snell. Bit of a high throw. He had some space, reached up over his head, and went between both hands and landed in front of the safety. 4th down coming up, and Bryce Light heads out on the field to punt for the first time today.
Yeah, I think both Sean Chambers and Derek Snell, they'd like to have that one back. That was a little bit of a high throw. A lot of time, comfortable pocket. He just let that thing sail a little bit too high, but Derek Snell did get 2 hands on it. You know, if you were to ask him, he'd say, look, I got 2 hands on it. I got to catch it.
Bryce Lighton takes the snap. Here's the punt, angling toward the 10-yard line. This one bounces the 5 and kicks into the end zone. Nice kick, just took a funny hop and bounced right into the end zone. That'll take us to our first break of second half. 11:43 to go in the 3rd quarter. Montana State 34, Idaho State 6. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. For over 20 years. Our ability to grow has come through our commitment to Rocky Mountain hospitality, a concept which incorporates a casual attitude with our commitment to loyalty, safety, service, and quality food. We hope you'll be our guest at one of our Montana locations soon. 11:43 to go in the first half. Montana State leading 34-6. Mikey, this is pretty much what Montana State should be looking like against 0-5 Idaho State.
Yeah, which is encouraging. You want to handle business, especially at home. They're jumping and bouncing around down there, keeping the energy high. But when you have a team that's 0-5 and they come into your house, you're expected to handle them. They've done that thus far, but they got to keep their foot on the gas and continue to put points on the board and create some separation.
Here comes the Cats defense. Idaho State takes over at their own 20-yard line. They trail 34-6, 11:43 to go in the third quarter. Here's the snap. It's a bit low. Gronauer picks it up, scrambling out to his right, fires down the right sideline. Guillory makes the catch, and he's tackled by Simeon Woodard near the 40-yard marker. Big first down. Heck of a gain that time by Idaho State.
Yeah, just a flood concept out there. They're flooding all three zones, the flat, the deep flat, and then also the deep third there. Guillory gets the ball.
Quick snap. Here's the handoff. Running back up the middle, and he is tackled after about a 7-yard gain. Ball came loose, but he was down. And another healthy chunk play there that time. It was Benjamin Omayabu who had the rush. Second down and coming up. 2nd and 4 from their own 47. Snap. Hands it off, runs up the middle, and Omayabu tackled shy of the first down marker, and now it'll be 3rd and 2.
We haven't seen a ton of pulling guards there for Idaho State, but they try and get that going. The puller fell down, otherwise it would have been a little bit of a bigger gain.
Shotgun snap, quick handoff, runs up the middle, dives forward up near the first down marker, and he got it. Omayabu dove right into the belly of a couple of Cats defenders, and he got the first down up to the 48-yard line of Montana State.
Yeah, Brody Grebe had a hold of him, tried to pull him backwards. It was going to be close. But Idaho State got a little help from their offensive line, pushing past that first down marker.
So Bengals moving pretty quickly here on the first drive of the second half. 10:25 to go in the third quarter. It's Idaho State's first drive of the second half. Here's the shotgun snap. Gronauer fires out to the flat of the left side. Caught, and that's another first down. Jed James, a quick catch and run down the left sideline, and another first down. Now deeper into Cats territory.
Again, similar play. They just got 3 guys in that same outside third zone, flooding it, putting defense in trouble.
Snap, hands it off, runs up the middle. Omayabu this time is stuck in the line of scrimmage after a 1-yard gain. 2nd and 9 coming up. Clock running under 10 minutes to go in the third quarter. Montana State up 34-6. Bobcats need your support to go for the win. Donate to the Bobcat Club's 3 to Win campaign to reach our $3 million goal supporting student athletes.
Yes, Bobcat defensive front substituting 4 new guys. That's a luxury when you trust 4 guys out there and you can come into waves almost like a hockey shift. Let's see if they can make something happen on second down.
2nd and 9 from the left hash mark. Man in motion from right to left. Here's the snap, looking to throw. Gronauer hit as he delivers the pass over the left sideline. Guillory makes the catch and scrambles down the left sideline. David Alston just shoved his offensive lineman down to the ground.
Yeah, that was just a bull rush, and he had that tackle on skates and push him right into the lap of the quarterback. Really good swarming defense by the Bobcats.
3rd and 7. Crowd getting loud now. Idaho State up at the Bobcats' 33-yard line. Bengals trying to get a little momentum here in the third quarter. Their only score came on their first drive of the day. Gronauer has a man in motion from left to right. Snap, looking to throw. Gronauer fires into the flat. Caught there. Hunter Radin breaks 1 tackle. Callahan O'Reilly bumps him out of bounds at the 30-yard line. So it'll be 4th and 4.
We've seen a lot of that today where this Idaho State offense will come up to the line. They don't like what they see. They'll check. They'll look to the sideline. Montana State does the same thing. They check their defensive call into a soft zone, and it plays off there for the Bobcat D. Really good cat and mouse game there by 2 defensive coordinators.
4th and 4. Idaho State going for it on the catch, 30-yard line. Montana State leading 34-6. Empty backfield. 2 wide receivers left, 3 to the right. Man in motion from left to right. Shotgun snap. Gronauer fires. He's hit, and it's intercepted. Jeffrey Manning has the pick on the return from right to left. Out to the 45-yard line, and he's pushed out of bounds. Jeffrey Manning Jr. The interception deep in the secondary, returns it up to his own 45.
Yeah, threw it right to him. I think he was confused back there in the quarterback spot. He winds up and throws it right to Jeffrey Manning. I don't know if he was counting on his receiver to bend that thing a little bit more and come across the face of the linebacker, but regardless, another turnover for this Bobcat defense, answering the bell. I think they're going to look at this. They're going to question whether or not his knee was down when he caught it.
That's exactly right, Mikey.
But that interception should, and we expect will, hold here. So kudos to Jeffrey Manning Jr. He's a guy who did miss a couple early in the year. Exciting to get to see him get his first one this year now.
Yeah, you got to catch that one. He threw it right to him. I think his knee might have been down. Those DBs, they got to get a little extra base. Make sure they catch it. Not as natural of an athlete as of a Dan Davies down there playing receiver.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
You got it. You got it.
How would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. So interceptions today from Jeffrey Manning Jr. and James Campbell. You're late to the party today, so a couple of updates. So Tommy Millott is out again today with the head injury, but he is still progressing. Maybe we'll see him next week. We'll see. Rylan Ort not active today. He was supposed to finish his suspension today, but he has not officially been reinstated. So we don't know exactly what's going on, but that was something late we got right before kickoff. And then Charlie Ragel, the head coach for Idaho State, not here. He had to leave the stadium right before the game due to some form of an emergency. We have no other details, but there's a lot going on at the beginning of this game before we got started. So wishing all those guys the best. Hopefully Ort can get back. Hopefully for Charlie Ragel, everything ends up being okay, but certainly kind of a helter-skelter start to the day.
Yeah, and you don't want to speculate. You certainly don't want to speculate about Coach Ragel, but it must be serious if you're, hours before kickoff and you need to leave. So again, thoughts and prayers to him. It's not a fun situation.
After reviewing the play, the interception stands. The runner's knee was down at the 15-yard line. First down, Montana State.
So that's the right call. All good, though. Jeffrey Manning Jr. getting his first pick. 2 interceptions for the Cats today. They've also recovered 2 fumbles today as well. Montana State up 34-6, 8:11 to go in the third quarter. Pistol formation. Snap to Chambers. Turns. Hands it off to Sumner. He runs left, and he's tackled quickly in the backfield. That was a nice tackle back there by Curtis Hill, freshman.
Yeah, that defensive line, we've talked about them. They're undersized, but they move really well. That can be a trying thing for that offensive line. Is you got guys that are really athletic. They can move in space, and they've proven to be a young group, but they're going to be probably a force to be reckoned with as the years progress.
Yeah, they're 0-5, but they certainly have a few seeds to build on. Here's the snap, hands off to Sumner, runs left, barrels across the line of scrimmage, carries a man an extra yard or 2, and finally goes down at the 21-yard line.
Yeah, that's Charles Ike. We've seen him make quite a few tackles today. He is the leading tackler for the Bengal defense. Has been a little bit more quiet today. Been limping around a little bit. He looks to be just a tad beat up, but he's out there giving everything he's got.
Celebrate the Cats with some delicious Mackenzie River pizza. They've got all your tailgating and post-game celebration grub covered. Order online at MackenzieRiverPizza.com. Montana State using every bit of this play clock with a 34-6 lead. 6:55 to go in the third. Shotgun snap, handoff. Sumner runs up the middle, bounces off one man and dives forward right to the first down marker. And that should be First Interstate Bank first down. It is up to the 25-yard line. Lane Sumner running hard, approaching 100 yards today.
You can tell this Bobcat offense, they want to run the football. Shorten this game, continue to control the line of scrimmage, and a really good downhill run. Fun to see Lane Sumner back in the lineup, being really productive, carrying a lot of the load in terms of the run game.
He had that star performance in week 1 with over 150 yards, then got hurt between week 1 and week 2. Hand off to Elijah Elliott. He spins away from a man and is finally tackled just less than a yard shy of the first down mark. A 9-yard gain for Elijah Elliott. Boy, this has turned into a heck of a 1-2 punch from Sumner and Elliott.
Yeah, what a burst by Elijah Elliott, per usual. Finds a seam, bursts his way through it. Actually has a nice little spin move in traffic. He's electric.
2nd and 1. Cats at their own 34-yard line. Clock running, under 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. Montana State up 34-6. 2 wide receivers right, that's Patterson and Thomas. Elliott the halfback, snap, handoff to Elliott, runs left, barrels through the line of scrimmage. Ooh, and a big pop. Boy, he just bounced off a man. DJ Hagler was there with the stop. They just went face to face. They did get the First Interstate Bank first down, but that was a heck of a hit.
Yeah, that's a battle there. Offensive line and defensive line. Also on the edge there, Trey Pickering, one-on-one block, doing a really good job holding the line of scrimmage. The Sunburst native, he not only can catch balls, but he is really productive in the run game as well. He's an able and willing blocker.
Are you ready to switch to a true Montana bank? Stockman Bank makes changing banks fast, simple, and secure with Click Switch. Make the switch to Montana's brand of banking. Here's the snap, handoff. Garrett Kuhn runs up the middle, and he pushes forward just shy of the 45-yard line. Garrett Kuhn made his season debut last week. He was kind of the closing back at the end of the game against UC Davis. Had 8 carries for 47 yards, and the sophomore from Sheridan, Wyoming, looked really good last week.
Yeah, and they're spreading it around. Everybody's getting some touches today. I know Coach Jimmy Beal is excited about Garrett Kuhn. He's a really young kid, but very capable, and we saw flashes of that last time as he closed out the game against UC Davis.
Kuhn still in there, 1 wide receiver right, tight end on the right side, and Clevan Thomas on the outside to the left. Here's the snap, they hand it off, Kuhn up the middle, spins off 1 arm tackle, and then a linebacker brings him down just a yard shy, so it'll be 3rd and 1 coming up.
Another zone play, nothing fancy, but just that big offensive line moving guys of Idaho State, creating seams, and another tough run by Garrett Kuhn. 3rd and 1, want to maintain this drive. They're draining a whole lot of clock, and this Idaho State defense looks tired.
They're just running the ball right down the middle. Here's the snap. It's another handoff. Kuhn right up the middle. He breaks through the line of scrimmage and spins off a man, then finally taken down by a safety after a First Interstate Bank first down. Cats into Bengals territory.
When you run the football like this, it can break your will when you're on defense. It's time and time again. There's nothing fancy about what they're doing up front. It's a run play, and it's literally just winning one-on-ones, getting a really good push on the offensive line, and just saying, look, my guys are better than your guys, and I'm going to do it until you stop it. So really good job by this offensive line late in the football game.
This drive was already 8 plays and 5 minutes old. Snap, Chambers, play action, fires over the right side. Ooh, through the hands of a linebacker, Chris Sanchez. Nearly an interception on that line drive throw to the right sideline.
Yeah, he had an open Willie Patterson. Just a token play action. Need to put a little bit of touch on there to get it over the flat defender. Sanchez buzzed out to the flat late. Credit him, but that hit him both in both hands. He's got to come up with it. Sean Chambers lucky that it wasn't going the other way.
Kendall Ford Lincoln of Bozeman. From sales to service, our focus is making sure you get a great experience and a great deal. Stop by your Ford Truck headquarters or visit KendallFordBozeman.com. 2nd and 10. Cats the 43-yard line of the Bengals. Pistol snap. Handoff to Lane Sumner. He runs right and pushes through the line of scrimmage up to the 41-yard line for a 3-yard gain.
A lot of guys at the line of scrimmage on that play, bringing an edge pressure as well, but I mean, there were 8 guys there within the box, the line of scrimmage, ready to stop the run.
Bobcat football is brought to you by Bridger Steel. Create lasting beauty with Bridger Steel metal roofing, siding, and accent panels. 2:45 to go in the third quarter. Clock running. Montana State with a football, leading 34-6. Now the snap. Chambers hands it off. Sumner runs right, breaks through the line of scrimmage, and taken down by a linebacker up shy of the 35-yard line. So 4th down is coming up. Now let's see what Montana State's going to do here. They're kind of in that middle territory, and it looks like they're going to line up and go for it.
Which I think is smart. They've been getting 4, 5, 6 yards at a pop.
4th and 4 from the 36.
they can get this. A little check with me. Offense is going to switch the play up at the line of scrimmage.
A lot signaling on the sideline. Pistol snap. Chambers holds onto it, looking to throw. Dances out of pressure. Fires to the right side. Willie Patterson incomplete. Little contact. No call. Brent Vegan is livid. And he is right up there getting in front of one of his assistants as well. Yes, Coach Army, that was hot too.
Yeah, and they should be. That was really early on the contact. And he was all over his back, early contact. That should have been a flag, no doubt about it.
So it's turnover on downs. The Cats did eat up a ton of time, but we will take a break. 1:52 to go in the third quarter. Montana State 34, Idaho State 6. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. From the First Interstate Bank broadcast booth, Montana State leading 34-6, 1:52 to go in the third quarter. I'm Keaton Goldovely alongside Mikey Ryder, Dylan McPhail, the onside engineer, Dan Davies down on the sidelines, and Idaho State taking over on downs at their own 36-yard line. Tire-Rama and Cooper Tires are proud supporters of your MSU Bobcats. Visit TireRama.com for a complete list of stores, services, and special offers. Tire-Rama, more than just a tire store. Here's the snap. Gronauer hands off. Hunter Radin runs right, and he breaks through along the right hash mark and is tackled at the 42-yard line. So it'll be second and manageable here for Idaho State.
Good blocking up front by Idaho State. Another zone play, but their right tackle finds a way to really kind of hinge and reach the defensive lineman. Big run lane there for Idaho State on first down.
Snap. Handoff. Running up the middle, and he is tackled quickly. Sebastian Valdez was there to take down Hunter Radin.
Yeah, just like that, a quick third down. And we'll be anxious to see if this Bobcat D, are they going to bring some pressure, maybe a run pressure of sorts, or are they going to stick back in their zone? We've seen some cat and mouse game, like I've said a couple times here today, where the offense looks to the sideline, changes the play, the defense looks to the sideline, changes the coverage. We'll see what we come up with here on third down.
3rd and 4 from their own 43-yard line. Final minute of the third quarter. Empty backfield. Shotgun snap on the right hash mark. Fires over the middle. Caught by Radin, and he got the first down. Just cutting across the middle of the field, and he got the first down by 1 yard up to the 48.
Yeah, nothing fancy, just a seam route. He's able to cross the face of Callahan O'Reilly. Pretty easy pitch and catch to move the chains.
Now they're working quickly again here. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Hunter Radin, a halfback. Sagan Gronauer in his second start with the Bengals, steps up to the line of scrimmage and makes a change. Radin shuffles over to the right hip. Now the snap. Hands it off. Raiden runs up the middle, and he breaks one tackle, but not two. Nolan Askelson slowed him down. Otherwise, he would have been broken free into the secondary.
Yeah, pretty big hold there. Nolan Askelson comes downhill, able to just get enough on him. Wait till the cavalry's there to help him, drag him down, but big hole there by that Bobcat, that Bengal offensive line, creating a nice seam for Hunter there.
The Small Business Game Changer contest is back, presented by the Bozeman Area Chamber of Commerce. One local business will have the chance to win a $10,000 marketing package with MSU Athletics. Visit bozemanchamber.com/gamechanger for details. Take a break. Heading to the fourth quarter, Montana State leads 34-6 over Idaho State. This is Bobcat football from Learfield.
Will be selected to win a prize.
See every pulse-pounding, buzzer-beating play in astounding detail with a patient experience that's second to none. Experienced doctors and advanced technology. Vance Thompson Vision, the official LASIK and cataract surgeon of the Bobcats, is your place for laser vision correction. Learn more at vancethompsonvision.com. Getting set to start the fourth quarter of action. Montana State leading 34-6 over Idaho State. A look at the town pump stats through the first 3 quarters of play. Montana State 370 yards of offense, 150 passing yards, 220 rushing yards today. For Idaho State, 218 yards of offense, 165 passing yards, only 53 rushing yards today. Sean Chambers, 16 of 22 through the air, 150 yards on the ground. Lane Sumner leading the way in his return to the lineup after the elbow injury in week 1. 15 carries, 100 yards. Elijah Elliott, 13 carries, 61 yards. And Mikey, for Sean Chambers, only 8 carries, 3 touchdowns, 33 yards. All in all, it's been kind of nice here for Sean Chambers, where he really hasn't had to get super beaten up in this game.
Yeah, I think what we've seen is just a balanced attack. And in a perfect world, you want to utilize him when you have to in the run game. He's thrown the ball well, but you don't want him to be a running back there, which we saw him have to be last week and potentially the week before. But it makes you more of a dynamic offense when you can spread the ball around.
And guys, I see Sean Austin warming up down here as well, so don't be surprised to see him in there in this fourth quarter.
That's good to know. Bobcat Nation, Toyota has created a rewards program specifically for you. As part of the Toyota Rewards program, you can win exclusive swag throughout the year, along with receiving a premium giveaway in the mail each time you bring your vehicle in to be serviced at your local Montana Toyota dealers. To join the program, visit msubobcats.com/Toyota Rewards to register. Toyota, proud to be a partner of Bobcat Athletics. Here's the snap. It's dropped, and Gronauer picks it back up and then is tackled immediately, setting up third and a medium distance here from the Bobcats' 48-yard line. 14:45 to go in the ball game. Montana State 34, Idaho State 6.
Yeah, near disaster there for Idaho State. Almost coughed it up, giving the ball back to the Bobcats, but lucky bounce. Idaho State back into empty for a pivotal third down.
3rd and 5. 2 receivers right, 3 to the left. Shotgun snap. Gronauer fires over the middle. That is caught by Guillory for another first down inside the 40, deeper into Cats territory.
Yeah, another slant route. Guillory the go-to on 3rd down all day long. Fits it into a tight window there. Guillory moves the sticks.
His 8th catch today. That's a new career high. He had a career high set last time out with 7. So up to the Bobcats' 39-yard line with an empty backfield. 3 receivers right, 2 to the left. 1st and 10. Shotgun snap. Gronauer steps up to throw. Hit as he delivers over the middle. Tip free, loose, and it's picked off a tip. Callahan O'Reilly down the right sideline. Finally undercut at the 50-yard line. I think it was Reddy short with the hit. Callahan O'Reilly, his 3rd interception of the year.
Yeah, and he tries to put it into a tight window here. There are 2, 4, 5 Bobcat defenders. And he goes back to that well again, trying to get it to Guillory into a seam ball. Way too much traffic there. Fortunate play by Callahan O'Reilly. Reddy short with the big stick.
We'll take a break. 13:45 to go in the 4th quarter. Montana State 34, Idaho State 6. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. At Montana State University in Bozeman, we like to think outside, but not just because we have access to some of the best outdoor recreation on the planet. We like to think outside because we are creators, researchers, artists, and thinkers, breaking boundaries in over 250 fields. Montana State University, mountains and minds. Well, Dan Davies is down on the sideline. Dan, you told us before the game Montana State's got to take care of the football, and they've taken care of the football. They've taken it away from Idaho State after that Callahan O'Reilly interception.
Well, I'm not taking any credit, but these guys are coachable. They understand what the deal is. And just say kidding on that, but they just did what they had to do today, and taking control as we see Sean Austin getting some action here at quarterback for Montana State.
The redshirt freshman from Idaho. Good to see Sean Austin getting out there. So Sean Chambers is done after going 16 of 22 through the air. Chambers 8 carries, 33 yards, 3 touchdowns. He's got 15 on the season. Here's the snap. Austin fires in the flat. Derek Snell makes the catch on the left side. He's around a Taco Dollar block and then shoves a man down before he's finally tackled right near the first down marker. He's into Idaho State territory. 2nd and 1 coming up.
I know this crew is pretty excited about Sean Austin. You can even see the athleticism there. Looks natural. Give him an opportunity to throw it right out of the gate. Excited about this youngster from Idaho.
Big kid, listed at 6'2", looks a little bigger as he takes the snap, hands off to Elijah Elliott. He runs up the middle and has the first Interstate Bank first down up to the 35-yard line, and a man down for Idaho State, which will take us to a Bozeman Health injury timeout. With 25 years of proud business service, Cosentus optimizes healthcare, dental, and small business solutions with a focus on your growth. Check them out today at cosentus.com. 13:22 to go in the ball game. Montana State up 34-6 over Idaho State. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. Montana Farm Bureau, the grassroots voice of agriculture, advocating for farmers and ranchers across our state and leading Montana toward a future with a prosperous agriculture economy and thriving rural communities. Join us at mfbf.org and go Bobcats. Quick check of the Town Pump stats. Montana State 386 overall in terms of yardage. They've got 159 passing yards as Sean Austin is into the game, 227 rushing yards, and for Idaho State, 225 total yards of offense, 173 through the air, and 52 on the ground. Did you know that Montana Hot Tub was voted Hot Tub Dealer of the Year for the best service after the sale since 1979? Visit Montana Hot Tub at Gooch Hill and Huffine. 13:22 to go in the ball game. Montana State leading 34-6 over Idaho State. Cats have the football with 1st and 10 at their own 35-yard line. And, you know, Mikey, as we look forward, from what you've seen out of Sean Chambers these last couple of weeks, when Tommy Mellott comes back, how much of what we've seen from Chambers impacts how you use those two guys when Mellott gets healthy?
I think you want them on the field as much as possible, but I do think Sean Chambers has done enough to establish, you know, between running the football and throwing the football, you know, you got to have them both taking snaps consistently, but that's going to be a coaching decision on those guys, and again, that's kind of falls in the good problem to have category.
Snap to Sean Austin. He fires out the flat of the left side, caught by Garrett Kuhn. Kuhn, who runs down the left sideline, and he's got a first interstate bank. First down, just shy of the 20-yard line.
Going back to your question, I think it allows you to be really creative offensively, and a lot of wrinkles off of wrinkles, and it's really tough defensively to scout for guys like that because it just makes you so multiple on offense.
Snap and a handoff to Elijah Elliott, who's dropped for a 2-yard loss behind the line of scrimmage.
Situations like that, guys, when you've got a guy comes back that's been a starter, it's interesting for the coaching staff to mix him back in there, and it's a true skill that coaching staffs have to possess to make it all work and fit together.
And it starts with the guys themselves, Mellott and Chambers. Brent Vigen, when he brought Sean Chambers here, one of the things he said was, I wasn't concerned about what Chambers' ego would be, whether he's starting or coming off the bench or whatever it is. Pistol snap. Austin fakes the handoff, and he is sacked. Ooh, a lot of space on that right side, and he is taken down for a sack in the backfield by Jude Joseph.
Yeah, a lot of pressure from this Idaho State defense on 3rd down in particular. They finally get home and force a real 3rd and long. Looks like this offense is staying out there. Now they're out of field goal territory. They would have had an opportunity to kick one. I think this one might be a little bit long. We'll see what they're going to do.
Bobcat football is presented by McDonald's Rewards. Download the McDonald's app to start earning free McDonald's and great game day deals.
Oh, I was mistaken. I apologize. I thought that was 3rd down previously.
So it's 3rd and 20. Here's the snap. Fakes the handoff. Austin rolling out right. Tucks it. And he is tackled near the 30-yard line after a 4-yard gain. So now it's 4th down coming up. And Blake Glessner is coming out. He's going to try a long one here. So officially, this ball is placed at the 31-yard line. So this will be a 48-yard attempt for Blake Glessner, well within his range. Glessner's long so far this year, 42 yards. Last year's long was 54. So Glessner trying to push through some points for the first time in the second half for Montana State. Sullivan snaps, Lighton holds. Here's the kick down the middle, and that ball is through. Field goal is good for Blake Glessner. The Bobcats have a 37-6 lead over Idaho State with 10:51 to go in the ball game. See every pulse-pounding, buzzer-beating play in astounding detail with a patient experience that's second to none. Experienced doctors and advanced technology. Vance Thompson Vision, the official LASIK and cataract surgeon of the Bobcats, is your place for laser vision correction. Learn more at VanceThompsonVision.com. We'll take a break. The score, Bobcats 37, Bengals 6. 10:51 to go in the ball game. This is Bobcat football from Learfield.
and thank them for what they do for our community every hour.
Do you need a
of
primary
every
care
day.
provider? Visit bozemanhealth.org to find a provider that meets your needs. Bozeman Health is here for you, providing care beyond care. 10:51 to go in the ball game. Montana State leading 37-6 after a 48-yard field goal by Blake Glessner. The 48-yarder, his longest of the season now, capping a 7-play, 19-yard drive over 2 minutes and 54 seconds. Glessner kicks this thing away right down the middle, and that is out of the back of the end zone for another touchback. At Firehouse Subs, a portion of every purchase helps provide much-needed life-saving equipment to first responders across the country. That's why at Firehouse Subs, they make their subs differently, because their subs can make a difference. Idaho State taking over again, going from right to left, and to kind of continue that conversation about Chambers and Malott. The line and what we've heard from Brent Vegan is that no matter really what happens, it's going to be a collaboration, because regardless of how well Sean Chambers plays, Tommy Malott's still going to be one of the best players on the field.
Absolutely, and that's a good problem to have. You want them both in the football game, and there's no doubt about it.
Snap and a run right after the handoff, and he is tackled at the 29-yard line.
Jory Choden on the tackle. We'll see some different names here. Some guys getting some opportunities, well-deserved. Zach Black in there, defensive line-wise. Blake Heel as well.
Zach Black's starting to earn some snaps, too, on that defensive line. Brent Vegan called him out during Cat Chat this last Wednesday over at Buffalo Wild Wings. Now the snap, handoff, running up the middle. Big space that time, and halfback is tackled up at the 40-yard line.
Yeah, what you're seeing now is some of these guys, especially in the linebackers, haven't played a heck of a lot. And some of these run fits, they got to be shored up. You've played a really good game thus far. You want to hold strong latter part of this fourth quarter.
Shotgun snap, handoff, running up the middle again, and he is tackled over on the right sideline. Kendrick Bailey with the stop. If the Bobcats score a touchdown during the fourth quarter at any home or away game during the regular season, 4 lucky fans will be selected to win a prize. Sign up today at msubobcats.com/RAV4, the number 4. 9:39 to go in the ball game. Montana State up 37-6. Only 3 of these points have been scored in the second half. Now the snap. Gronauer hands it off, running up the middle, and it's a big wall that gets moved a little bit up to the 46.
Yeah, a lot of guys in the box for the Bobcats that time. They had 7 or 8 guys in the box, committed to stopping the run. Defensive line is, again, rotating. Got a lot of guys in here. Kenneth Iden is in there, David Alston, Tyson Regamal.
Shotgun formation, 3 receivers left, 1 halfback. Snap. Gronauer looking to throw, flushed out of the pocket, running right outside the numbers. Delivers the throw as he's hit down the sideline, picked up but out of bounds. Tyrell Thomas got his hands on it, but he was out of bounds. Interwest Moving and Storage is the official moving company of the MSU Bobcats. So that's going to bring up 4th and 5.
Really good stop by that younger crew of defenders, forcing a punt, particularly on that 3rd down. Really good coverage. Quarterback breaks the pocket. And those defenders on the back end doing a good job of plastering, finding their nearest guy in their zone, making sure that he's not open for a catch.
Dowler back to receive, standing at his own 15-yard line. Here's the snap, the punt. Kick is away down the right sideline. Dowler calls for the fair catch, and he makes the snag at the 15-yard line, taking us to another timeout. Real Milk is a nutrient-rich product. It contains 13 essential nutrients from vitamin A to zinc, all of which are important for a healthy immune system and overall wellness. That's 13 nutrients with seemingly endless benefits. Reach for milk and make every sip count. Take a break. 8:39 to go in the ball game. Montana State leading 37-6 over Idaho State. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. Are you looking for small business support? From IT and accounting to recruiting and marketing, Cosentus offers a wide range of business services to optimize your growth. Check them out at cosentus.com. Montana State taking over at their own 14-yard line. They lead today 37-6 over Idaho State with 8:39 to go in the ball game. They just got another nice stop on the defensive end, and Sean Austin is in there, the redshirt freshman quarterback from Idaho, getting some reps. Nice to see some of these second and third string guys getting some time today.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what you practice so hard for, and getting some meaningful reps feels good when you're putting in all that hard work throughout the week.
Austin takes the snap and fires into the flat for Garrett Kuhn, who is tackled about a yard past the line of scrimmage, so second down coming up. There was a lot of movement in that quarterback room over the last year or two now, which is part of the reason Sean Chambers came in. And regardless of if Sean Chambers had gone into the transfer portal, Brent Vigen and the staff were looking for somebody who was a little bit more of an experienced quarterback to get there and back up Tommy Millott. It just so happened that a guy that Brent had a great relationship with jumped into the portal.
Yeah, he's played a lot of football, and to have a guy like him, he's got leadership ability, to have him in that locker room is a big deal.
Austin takes the snap, fires over the middle. That is caught, and the tackle is right there at the 25-yard line. That was Ryan Lonergan on the reception, the sophomore from Bozeman.
Yeah, those Bozeman fans, they got to be excited seeing him on the field. He's going to have a bright future here in Bozeman.
One of the things that's so key to have maintained success from year to year is developing those second and third string guys every year, and Brent Vigen brought that up right away at the beginning of the year. From the 25-yard line, Montana State facing 1st and 10, 7:30 to go in the game. Snap to Austin, fakes the handoff, he tucks it, runs left, and he will lower his shoulder and bowl forward for a First Interstate Bank first down up to the 36-yard line. Boy, he can run a little too.
Yeah, he's got some wiggle to him. Runs well enough. Again, these reps are huge for a lot of these players. They may look like mop-up duty, and maybe they are with 7 minutes to go, but there's a comfort level now that these guys have been in. They played some conference play. Yeah, the game is out of reach, but it still goes a long way for these kids. Just establish some confidence, because some of these guys may be called upon later on in the season.
Pistol snap, handoff to Kuhn. He's pushing the line forward as much as he can. It'll be a 2-yard gain. The Bozeman Come On In Hotel and Suites is a proud sponsor of MSU Athletics and is the Montana State and the Montana State Alumni Association. Come On In allows you to escape the ordinary while enjoying their numerous hotel and gastronomic amenities. Visit comeonin.com to book your stay today. 6:20, clock running. Montana State up 37-6 over Idaho State. One wide receiver left, two to the right. Snap to Austin, fakes the handoff, fires into the flat. Caught by Lonergan on the right side, and he runs along the right hash mark, breaks 2 tackles. He's got the first down and across the 50-yard line. Ryan Lonergan bowling balls his way into Bengal territory.
Yeah, we've seen that play over and over again with that tight end. He starts on one side of the center, and then on the snap, he ends up sliding across the formation into the flat. And off of play action, that quarterback can dump it right to him. Good touch ball, and Ryan Lonergan having some tough yards after catch.
5:50 remaining in the ball game. Montana State leading 37-6, putting together a nice little sustaining drive here in the second half. Snap to Austin. He hands it off. Garrett Kuhn runs right, and he carries a tackler up to the 39. They get that at the 39-yard line. Wow, that ball was across the 40. Excuse me, they put him at the 41. I thought he got to the 39. That was a tough spot.
Yeah, tough spot, tough run. Garrett Kuhn, I know, mentioned it earlier, but Jimmy Beal is excited about Garrett Kuhn. He's got some rawness to him, but he is a tough physical back, very capable. He's going to have a bright future.
Mountain Cold Refreshment, made to chill, 2022 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly. Snap and a toss out to the left side. Kuhn makes the catch, cuts up the middle along the left hash mark, and spins forward up to the 30-yard line. Garrett Kuhn, nice catch and run. First Interstate Bank first down with under 5 minutes to go in the game, and the Cats leading 37-6. Still a pretty nice contingent today, despite the fact that this game's been fairly lopsided since halftime, but people came back. I mean, everybody's sitting in the sunshine across the field from our perspective, it's still pretty filled up over there.
Yeah, it is. We lost some people, but some of these people are hanging out, enjoying the sunshine. You know how long it's going to stick around here in Bozeman in October.
Snap, Austin fires. Lonergan makes the catch at the line of scrimmage and is dropped immediately. Firehouse Subs provides our food at every home game. I know I got one of those prime rib sandwiches waiting back there. Going to take that one home for sure.
There you go. I beat you to the punch. I already had mine.
Attaboy. That's good. That's where you're supposed to be at. Got to keep you fueled up if we want you to keep staying right up here on the air.
That's right. That's right. Thanks a ton, Firehouse Subs.
4 minutes remaining in the ball game. Montana State ticking toward a 3-0 start in Big Sky play. Northern Colorado is up next. Weber State will be the next home opponent before the bye week at the end of October. Snap and a toss to Kuhn on the left side. Turns upfield the numbers. Cuts back left outside the numbers. He's got the first down into the red zone, and he's pushed out of bounds. Garrett Kuhn, nice catch and run again. And the Cats are into the Rose Hours in red zone after the first Interstate Bank first down.
Yeah, give credit on the outside as well. Those receivers are blocking hard. Taco Dowler in the slot, getting after his defender, creating a little bit of space so that Garrett Kuhn can get around the edge and move those sticks.
Dylan's starting to get into the Firehouse Subs too. Dan, if you want anything else, I think Dylan's going to be stealing them all.
You know what? I had a good feast before the game, so thanks
Okay.
again, Firehouse Subs. I still have a cookie left, though.
Okay, good. We know Dylan starts to scoop it all up pretty quickly. Here's the snap. Austin keeps it, runs up the middle, and he's caught immediately after a 1-yard gain.
Sean Austin with the run.
About 3 minutes to go in this ball game. Montana State up 37-6, and
Picks up the yard on the play.
so far so good as we're getting into the second half of the season now. Today is week 6, and yeah, you still have a big, meaty portion of your Big Sky schedule, but you got past UC Davis, you got past Eastern Washington on the road, taking care of business, sending Idaho State here soon to an 0-6 start, and then you got to go to Northern Colorado. Still got to take care of business there.
Yeah, they're an improved squad, Northern Colorado, and they come home for, in my eyes, is going to be the biggest game thus far, and against the best, most talented, physical team that the Bobcats have played outside of Oregon State, in my opinion, is going to be Weber State coming to town here in a couple weeks. They are a tough, physical bunch. And but look, no slouch heading down to Greeley. It's always been a tough place to play for the Bobcats, and they're a much improved squad from their team a year ago. Coach Ed McCaffrey's got them going.
Sean Austin on a keeper takes it up the middle, and he's tackled shy of the first down marker, so it's 3rd and 3 from the 11-yard line. Under 2 minutes to play in the game. Montana State up 37-6 against Idaho State. Here's the snap. Running left, pushing the line forward, and eventually he is taken down. Elijah Elliott, did he get that first down? No, he's shy, so it's 4th down, and looks like they're going to bring the kicking unit out. They will. So Bryce Lighton will be the holder. Blake Glessner will kick it away, and Tommy Sullivan is there to snap it. So Sean Austin is kind of on the cusp there of maybe potentially getting his first career touchdown, but no such luck as they were unable to convert. So Blake Glessner going to work again. From the left hash mark. The snap, perfect. The hold down. The kick got tipped and blocked. It's short and comes up underneath. It got tipped somewhere. And Idaho State gets the stop, so they will take over deep in their own end zone.
That was big 99 Jake McGinnis for Idaho State. He's had a pretty productive day. He gets that field goal block. He'll get the credit. He came running off the field, shaking his hand. You can tell he was the one that blocked it. Must have caught him square right in the hand.
So Glessner today, good from 27, 40, and 48, and he has one field goal blocked at 26 yards on the 26-yard attempt. Know what's below. Tap, click, or call 811 before you dig. Brought to you by Montana811.org.
Good to see some young players in here. Seeing Jace Fitzgerald out of Dillon. Neil Daly, the linebacker out of Billings West. The young guys out here, good, earning some reps.
Snap and a handoff, running up the middle, and he is tackled at the 26, 25-yard line or so, 2nd down.
Yeah, Devin Slaughter's in there, Tyson Pottinger's in there, Kendrick Bailey.
Hunter Parsons. Snap. He keeps it, running left, and a sack in the backfield. Jace Fitzgerald was there, so the Fitzgerald brothers RJ with the touchdown today, Jace with a sack. And it is the backup quarterback, Jake Sanders from Clovis, California. He is making his collegiate debut right now. Final 25 seconds in this one. Montana State up 37-6. Cats scored on every possession of that first half. Clock winding down. Are they going to get another snap off? I mean, they could just. There's about a 2-second differential between the game clock and the play clock. So final snap of the day. He'll keep it running right to the hash mark. Tackled there. It's loose. Fumbled. And I think Montana State has taken it with the zeros on the board. Bobcats have won it today, 37-6 over Idaho State. And they should get credit for a 6th turnover in this ball game. The defense gave up that easy touchdown to open the game, but they sure straightened up today.
Yeah, Neil Daly with the forced fumble there. Big tackle on the quarterback. He's the Billings West product. And I think it was Lavelle Price there falling on that fumble. But 6 turnovers, that's the way to win a football game.
Builders First Source is the leading supplier of professional grade building materials. Find one of our 9 Montana locations at bldr.com. Builders First Source, a proud sponsor of Bobcat football. So the Cats win it today, 37-6 over Idaho State. How would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV at home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. Cats going over to the Sonny Holland end zone now, getting some cheering and celebration with their fellow classmates after a comfortable win, 37-6. Hey, Bobcat Nation, Toyota has created a rewards program specifically for you. As part of the Toyota Rewards program, you can win exclusive swag throughout the year, along with receiving a premium giveaway in the mail each time you bring your vehicle in to be serviced at your local Montana Toyota dealers. To join the program, visit msubobcats.com/Toyota Rewards to register. Toyota, proud to be a partner of Bobcat Athletics. Cats win it today. Montana State 5-1. They are 3-0 in Big Sky play. So they have won on the road at Eastern Washington and then home against UC Davis and Idaho State. And coming up next, they have the University of Northern Colorado on the road, and then that big top 10 matchup potentially against Weber State back home here on October 22nd before the bye week at the end of October. We'll take a break before we get into our Raven Chop House postgame show. Bobcats have won 37-6 over Idaho State. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. Montana State winning it today 37-6 over Idaho State. I'm Keaton Galogly here with Mikey Ryder in the First Interstate Bank broadcast booth. Dan Davies is heading up to the interview room. He will get the first couple of questions with Brent Fegan today. Welcome to the Rib and Chop House post-game show at Montana's Rib and Chop House. Our staff is dedicated to creating extraordinary experiences that raise the bar in each of our communities. Enjoy premium steaks, fresh seafood, and award-winning baby back ribs. We look forward to sharing a little Rocky Mountain hospitality with you. So Montana State getting the victory today with a final score of 37-6. Montana State broke out very early in this game. They scored on every possession of that first half. And Sean Chambers today only had to run the ball 8 times. And we get to start to see some of that running load taken off the shoulders of Sean Chambers. And when Tommy Malott comes back as well, where Lane Sumner, Elijah Elliott getting a bulk of the action on the ground today. Taking a look at the Town Pump stats after this ball game, Montana State 465 yards of offense today, 210 through the air, 255 on the ground, so that actually is going to lower their per game average, which was up at 296 entering the game, one of the top per game averages in the country. Davidson, by the way, they're leading the country. They came into this week at about 380 yards of rushing per game. How crazy is that?
Yeah, that is crazy. And I don't know if they're a wing T offense or anything like that, but it's hard to imagine. You and I have seen all these Bobcat football games this fall, and it's hard to imagine somebody rushing for more yards than the Bobcats.
Yeah.
Week in and week out, it's just like, man, they just run the football. So to think a team is rushing for more yards than them, it's hard to even imagine.
No doubt. For Idaho State today, 254 total yards, 173 passing yards, only 81 rushing yards. That's actually about their per game average right now, but that's a nice stop by Montana State's defense.
Yeah, especially from what we saw early on, right? That they had a quick drive Idaho State did, and then that defense settled in pretty nicely.
Yeah, that first drive for Idaho State, 4 plays, 76 yards and a touchdown. They did not score again after that. For Montana State, their drives today went touchdown, touchdown, field goal, touchdown, touchdown, field goal with 8 seconds left at the end of that first half. 6 turnovers today as well. That was a big part of this one for Montana State. They did get credit for that forced fumble. Nolan Askelson, right on the final play of the game, got the forced fumble. Lavelle Price Jr. had the recovery.
Yeah, it shouldn't have been. It should have been Neil Daly, but that's okay.
I'm sure they'll get that changed.
Yep, they will.
So we'll see how that one shakes out, but that's 6 turnovers for Montana State. Only 3 penalties for the Cats today. They had 30 first downs. They went 7 for 14 on 3rd down and 2 for 3 on 4th down. Idaho State had 13 first downs, 3 of 10 on 3rd down, and 0 of 1 on 4th down in this ball game. Individually, Sean Chambers, 16 of 22 through the air, 150 yards. Sean Austin went a perfect 8 of 8 with 60 yards today. No passing touchdowns for Montana State, but also no incompletions. Overall combined an 80% completion percentage, and they just didn't have to do too much through the air today because they were chewing up the ground game with Sumner and Elliott.
Yeah, and I think that's their DNA, is to run the football first and throw the ball when you have to. They were efficient throwing it and really encouraging to see.
So on the ground, Lane Sumner in his return. Don't forget that opening week, man, he put up over 150 yards. It was that game where we knew Afonso was going to be out. We've known Afonso is going to be out for a little bit. And then Kagan Williams, we found out right before that week 1 that he's out not just for that game, but for the year with a neck injury. So Sumner, 3rd string running back, steps up and he shows out, but then he gets hurt after week 1 in that practice leading to week 2. So he's been out since, and Sumner looks like he didn't miss a beat. 15 carries, 100 yards. He looked awesome today.
Yeah, he really did. And he just brings a calming, veteran presence. He runs with a lot of patience. Loves seeing the 1-2 punch, as we talked about, between him and Elijah Elliott. Different speeds, kind of different styles of runners, but sure glad that we have them both.
No doubt. Elijah Elliott, 16 carries, 68 yards. Garrett Kuhn getting some good reps here. This is how you build depth. He's had some good and kind of meaningful carries in terms of his production. Today, 5 carries, 34 yards, also caught a few balls as well. All right, Dan Davies is with Brent Vegan in the interview room here. So Dan Davies is in. Okay, so Brent Vegan will be there momentarily. So we'll get Dan and Brent here in just a moment. So anyway, for Montana State, we mentioned Garrett Kuhn, who had the 5 carries and 34 yards, also made 4 catches for 34 yards from Sean Austin. Sean Chambers, only 8 carries, 33 yards, 3 touchdowns. So let's put this touchdown run in perspective. He's got 15 touchdowns after week 6. Troy Anderson has the greatest quarterback rushing season in program history. In 2018, he had close to 1,500 yards and a program best 21 rushing touchdowns. Pretty impressive stuff, and Sean Chambers is right on the cusp of things and building toward potentially putting up a record here.
Yeah, absolutely. He is a productive runner. I think it's good today. Didn't have to ask him to do as much in the run game because you don't want to get him. You don't want to get him hurt. The more times you carry the football, he's taking quite a few big shots. So I think they're probably pretty pleased to let everybody else kind of carry a little bit of the load today and protect that quarterback. He's a valuable piece as they look to continue to make progress throughout the season, make a deep playoff push.
So only twice in program history has one Bobcat rushed for 20 touchdowns or more. And Sean Chambers is getting close to that. Hey, 5 touchdowns, that's close to a single game for this guy.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's even wild to say 15 touchdowns thus far. That's impressive. That's impressive.
Man, where would this team be without Sean Chambers when you think about Tommy Malott going down when he did, even kind of just the up and down, getting things
Coach
settled slowly. So it sounds like we're going to have Dan Davies here with Brent Vegan. Just a second. They're getting that all lined up right now so we can hear some of Brent Vegan's comments after the game today as Montana State has won 37-6 against Idaho State. Cats scored on every drive of that first half and carried things through in order to get this win today for a 3-0 start to conference play.
+5 like that, it's going to be hard for the other team to get much done. And credit to our defense for making those plays. When that opportunity presents itself, whether it's recovering a fumble or ball in the air to pick it, you got to make a play, and we did that today.
Good balance. Running pass today as well.
Yeah, I thought in the first half, in particular. I mean, that's really how you got to look at this game a little bit. The second half's a little bit different mode for us, but I thought, we mixed it up well. I think we were 16-19 at halftime, if that was correct. That's terribly efficient on the throw game, and then we were running the ball with our running backs very effectively. So, when we can have that going and not stress the quarterback run game as much as we maybe have, that's a good thing for the Bobcats.
A lot of guys got some valuable snaps today too, deep in the roster.
Yeah, we're in the middle of the season here. Ultimately we'll play 8 straight games before the bye, and that was the hope today that we could continue to grow our depth. And that step that a lot of our guys ultimately have to take is getting some game action. And they got some early in the season, hadn't really gotten any sense. So to get a whole bunch of guys there and being intentional about it, we're going to ultimately lean on more than those 22 guys that start the game, and I think we've made some real progress in that regard today.
How would you describe the offensive execution in the first half? What was working well? We scored on all 6 possessions.
Yeah, I think it was a really good mix of tempo, obviously knocking them back, and I thought Elijah and Lane really ran well. It was great to have Lane back out there. And I thought we threw the ball really effectively. And we made some third downs that you have to. You have to be able to execute protection and quarterback and reads and all those things. And I thought that Sean did a real good job of that. In particular, as you look at that 2-minute type of drive, that drive that we scored on, the touchdown, preceding and then fumbling and scoring another field goal. But no, I thought to say we were clicking on all cylinders, wasn't perfect necessarily, but a lot of things were going well for us.
So that's head coach Brent Vegan victorious today, and Montana State has tied the program record for most consecutive home wins. 16 straight wins here in Bozeman, Mikey. Last time that was done was in the late 50s. Sonny Holland was the All-American starting center on that team, and now here the Cats have tied that under head coach Brent Vegan. Special win today for Montana State.
Yeah, a lot to be proud of. That's a long streak. It's hard to win one football game, and winning so many in a row right here at home says a lot about the players that have been a part of that streak, but just as importantly are the fans that come and pay to get into the gates every single Saturday. The support and the home field advantage is a real thing here in Bozeman, so keep coming, Bobcat faithful.
That streak lasted from 1956 to 1959, actually ended in 1960. Brent Vigen is now 17-4 as the head coach of Montana State, and he is 10-1 in Big Sky play after the win today. Take a break. More of the Ribbon Chop House post-game show coming up. Cats win it 37-6 over the Idaho State Bengals. This is Montana State football from Learfield. Welcome to the Raven Chop House post-game show. Montana State wins it today 37-6. All right, let's pause 10 seconds for our network stations to identify themselves. This is Bobcat Football. Montana State winning it 37-6 over Idaho State before they head on the road this next week. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we get back, Dan Davies will rejoin us along with Mikey Ryder as well. We'll break down this victory for Montana State. They are 5-1. They are 3-0 in Big Sky play, and they have won 16 consecutive games at Bobcat Stadium. Longest active streak in the FCS and tied for the longest home winning streak in program history. More of Bobcat football coming up after this. This is Montana State football from Learfield. Montana State winning it today 37-6 over Idaho State. I'm Keaton Galogly along with Mikey Ryder and Dan Davies up in the First Interstate Bank broadcast booth. And Dan, it's a heck of a game. You know, you talked about it in the pregame, talked about the turnovers, and Montana State won it 6-0 on the turnover front.
You know, other than that first drive that we talked about earlier at halftime with Coach Vegan, it was following script to the T, and that's just what you want to do. Especially your homecoming, you got all the people coming back and be at Bobcat Stadium sometimes once a year, sometimes every 5 years. Some people are just getting back the first time after they graduated. So what a treat for them, the fans, to come and enjoy this game. And Bobcats, totally dominated this football game this afternoon.
And at all the pomp and circumstance, too. You know, we had the rodeo team back here. They gave us not one but two run-throughs.
No doubt.
And we had the flyover today. That was pretty electric before the ball game.
Well, I've sat in the booth here when those jets fly over here, and sometimes they cheat a little bit and go low, and they get in trouble. They get written up, but they love it, and we love it too. This is like they're just flying right here at eye level sometimes, and it's just, Mikey talked about it in the pregame. It's just, if they don't get hair on the back of your neck on that one, you're not breathing.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, there is nothing cooler than that. You couple it with the national anthem, the kickoff that's coming. I mean, there's nothing cooler than that.
Yeah, it was loud. It was fantastic, and that environment has helped Montana State to 16 consecutive home wins. That's only been done one other time in program history, from 1956 to 1959, with Sonny Holland as the starting All-American center on that team. Dan, this is a special record to tie for Montana State.
Yeah, what momentum, and Coach Vegan, got here and just kept it going and has embraced it, and it's important to this, and him and his team and coaches. And just to follow up on that national anthem thing, it was a first. I'm about 1,000% sure that the first time we've ever had a jet pilot fly over, and his daughter sang the national anthem. That is as cool as it gets.
Yeah, that's a
A
special
local
moment.
Bozeman kid.
Yeah, very special.
Dr. Frazier's son and granddaughter, who is a great Bobcat here as well, and I know he was real proud today to witness that big event.
Yeah, pretty special, man, and that's fun, man. It's pretty electrifying, and squad came out, but there was that struggle in that first drive. But overall, the defense really shaped up. And Mikey, we've kind of been talking about it all year. They've given up some big plays, but then it feels like when it's crunch time, the defense is making those big plays. As we put the book or close the book on Week 6, getting into the second half of the season, where do you feel like the defense is right now for Montana State?
Well, they should be confident coming off of that. I know that that's not the series that you want. First series out, 75 yards, and they take it all the way in, and you got to be frustrated. But to me, what a response from that to really dig your heels in and to not give up another point after that first drive. That says a lot about them. And so heading down into Greeley, they can take this show on the road. And, look, defense needs to travel, and your run game has got to travel. It absolutely has to. So I think those are two big keys as they head into Greeley next week to face a much improved Northern Colorado team.
Quick note, too, this was 21,647 was the announced attendance today. That is 40 people shy of the all-time program mark, which was set in Week 1, and it's already the third time this year that there have been 21,000 plus here for a ball game. Before this season, there had only been 3 games ever in Bobcat history with 21,000 plus, and we've already had 3 in the first 4 home games. The consistency we're seeing right now from Cat Country is – you don't want to let that slip by because it's special.
No, it's a big week, as Mikey said, traveling Northern Colorado next week. But then Weber State, one a preseason favorite, comes in here, and they are going to be tough as nails and certainly can't look past Northern Colorado. But it's going to be lace your boots up tight when Weber State comes to town.
Yeah, and that's where the crowd has got to play a factor. You talk about extending this winning streak, and they play such a huge role in the opposing team's experience, and so got to be loud on the side when Weber State's got the football, and then vice versa, quiet when Montana State's got it. And they've been a really good crowd thus far, and they're going to need it, or the Bobcats are going to need some more help here in a couple weeks. But just grateful for that crowd, excited for this team as they head in to continue their win streak and take it on the road down in Greeley.
Only 2 more regular season home games this year, on October 22nd against Weber State, and then at home on November 19th against that other team over in Missoula. On the road at Northern Colorado, at Northern Arizona, and at Cal Poly down the stretch. That Weber State game, the next home game, October 22nd, 1 p.m. kickoff. We're on the air at noon. Next week, on the air at noon for a 1 p.m. kickoff at Northern Colorado. Dan, the other thing about this game, too, was that Lane Sumner gets back. Sean Chambers only had 8 carries in this game, so they really started to take the load off. Got to be nice to feel like you have a true running back room right now with Elijah Elliott and Lane Sumner as the 1-2 punch.
Yeah, and then throw in Tommy Malott next week, and I know the coaches are going to be spend a lot of time working on schemes and to be able to blend Tommy back into this situation. And again, that's not easy to do all the time. You've got to keep all the players happy, so to speak. But you want to be effective and you want to win football games. And Tommy Malott adds another element for Northern Colorado to face.
So, what do we think? I mean, let's dive into it a little bit. Are we going to see Malott line up as a running back, line up as a wide receiver? I mean, Chambers isn't a guy who's going to really go out, but we know Malott has done a lot of different things. I mean, what are some of the things you think we might see, Mikey, in terms of how they line up?
I don't want to speculate, but I think a guy like Sean Chambers, who has played a lot of football, right? We talk about his starting seasons at Wyoming and was really unable to stay super healthy. But I think a guy like him, he's proven to be a gamer of sorts, that when he has the ball and he gets into a little bit of a comfort zone, he gets a lot of reps, he just settles into this zone. And he's not without mistake, without a doubt. But to me, he just finds a way to get it done. And so, again, they're not asking me, but if it were me, he makes sense to keep under center, and you find wrinkles in there for Tommy, whether it be at running back, being at quarterback, being at slot receiver, and you really have an opportunity to open the playbook and get both guys on the field. Regardless of what they do, this is a good problem to have. I've been on the other side on defense, and it's hard to game plan for those two people in particular. So it's going to be a good thing for this Bobcat. It's going to make them really, really electric. And that offensive line, you've got to get credit to them because they have controlled the line of scrimmage week in and week out. We've seen it 3 weeks in a row where they've run the ball at will, and that's going to be a really, really tough thing for opposing defenses.
So, Dan, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. If you're the defensive coordinator at Northern Colorado, I mean, you're thinking that Tommy Malot's probably coming back, but we don't know that for sure yet. But he's making progress and getting better every day. But it divides your practice. You have to only get so many practice reps in there, and you've got to simulate what the opposing offense is going to be, what you think they're going to be doing, and you just can't drill and drill and drill because you kind of spread out, and you have to get those reps under different looks, and that's difficult.
Yeah, and we used to call it chasing ghosts. You'd sit in that room, and eventually you're game planning, and you're kind of talking to yourself like, all right, well, we got the game plan, and then eventually you kind of, well, what if, and then what if, and then you just start almost chasing your tail. But you got to spend time practicing quarterback run game with both guys, but you still got to stop the pass. So, again, advantage Montana State as Tommy Malott comes back into the game next week.
Speaking of quarterbacks, we also got to see Sean Austin get some minutes in there. Dan, what were some of your first impressions of watching Sean Austin today?
Well, he was 8 for 8 throwing. I think that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I was real impressed with him, and he didn't look scared. I mean, just kind of his first action there, a meaningful throw. I mean, a lot of times you just hand off and hand off and hand off, but they were calling plays for him where he could throw it and run it and make some decisions whether he's going to give it or pull it or throw it. And the thing that the play that sticks out to me is when he stuck his nose in there and he just dove down there and he wasn't sliding, and that was impressive to me.
Mm-hmm.
Your thoughts?
I think they're excited about his future, and I'm with Dan. I think he stepped right in there, didn't seem to be phased, and it wasn't sure he handed the ball off quite a bit, but he had opportunities to keep it, had opportunities to throw it. Didn't throw it a whole heck of a lot downfield, but still making some general reads, and he just looked comfortable and looks like the future's bright for Sean Austin.
Yeah, I love to see that kind of depth get built out. All right, Dan, any other final thoughts before we say goodbye on this segment?
Well, it's just a great homecoming here for Montana State and the Bobcat community, and I'm so proud to be a Bobcat and be a part of this, and it's so fun that when your team gets on a roll like this to really enjoy it, and just because it doesn't happen all over the country, and you just got to take advantage of it, enjoy it, and take it from there.
No doubt. All right, Dan Davies, you are done for the day. We appreciate all your help down there as our reporter, and looking forward to talking to you again next week for Northern Colorado.
We'll see you at the airport.
Let's do it. All right.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
We'll take a break. More to come with the Ribbon Chop House postgame show after this. Montana State wins it 37-6 over Idaho State. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. Chop House post-game show. Montana State gets the win today over Idaho State, a comfortable cruising altitude win, 37-6 over Idaho State, 21,647 in attendance. All right, up next, it's a chance to take a look and hear some of our highlights today, presented by First Security Bank. So time now for the highlights of this ball game. Those were the First Security Bank highlights of the game as Montana State wins it 37-6. They turn over Idaho State 6 times, and they don't give the ball away once in the victory. Montana State now 5-1. They are 3-0 in Big Sky play, going to Northern Colorado next week. Weber State will be here on October 22nd for the next home game as Montana State will try to set the program record for the most consecutive wins at home in program history. So we'll take a break and come back after this timeout with more of the Rib and Chop House post-game show. Cats win it 37-6 over the Bengals. This is Montana State football from Learfield. Back at the Rib and Chop House post-game show. Montana State has won it today 37-6. All right, Mikey. Time now for the McDonald's delivery of the game, presented by your locally owned and operated McDonald's of Montana. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Lane Sumner for the delivery of the game. 15 carries, 100 yards. Great to have him back in the lineup. coming off that elbow injury, and did a great job both running the football and some pass protection. Excited to have him back in the rotation.
No doubt that's going to really be nice and kind of help extend this team as we get settled into October with November right around the corner. Okay, up next, we've got our Levitt Group Impact Player of the Game. Who's your pick, Mikey?
Going to go with Callahan O'Reilly. What a productive day for the Bozeman High product. 9 tackles, 8 of those being solo, 1 assist. He had 1 interception and also a forced fumble. Another productive day for the senior captain.
No doubt this defense is slowly but surely kind of creeping up and looking better and better as the season has gone on. They'll be tested next against Northern Colorado, and we'll talk about that game coming up after this timeout. Montana State has won it 37-6 over Idaho State. More of the Raven Chop House postgame show after this. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. We are back on the Ribbon Chop House post-game show. Montana State winning it today 37-6 over Idaho State. Montana's Ribbon Chop House has been serving Rocky Mountain communities for over 20 years. Our ability to grow has come through our commitment to Rocky Mountain hospitality, a concept which incorporates a casual attitude with our commitment to loyalty, safety, service, and quality food. We hope you'll be our guest at one of our Montana locations soon. All right, Mikey, coming up next, Northern Colorado. They're playing tonight. They kick off at 7 o'clock at Sacramento State. So far this year, they have lost to Houston Baptist. They lost at Wyoming 33-10. They won at Lamar 21-14. They beat this Idaho State team 35-14, but they actually scored 21 points in the fourth quarter of that ball game. And then they lost to Idaho 55-35 last week, and then they're coming up this week. So this is what's on tap for Montana State.
Yeah, and it's a tough place to go down and play. I don't know how else to say it other than it's nothing like this, right? You're going to play in front of a whole lot less fans, and it's not a real electric environment. You got to bring your own juice. It's on the road, and you got to make sure that you're prepared and bring your own motivation. And they always play both schools in Montana very tough. So the Cats are going to have everything that they need as far as motivation is concerned. UNC will be prepared. And it'll be a tough test for the Bobcats on the road.
And when you talk about bringing your own energy, too, I feel like you kind of saw some signs of that in this game, right? It's lopsided. It's the second half, and you saw the guys on the sidelines staying up.
Yeah, and it's hard to do, but it really is a sign of a mature team, people that have been there, and you just thrive and create energy off of doing the right thing and winning play after play and really dominating your opponent. And so you have to find that type of self-motivation. I think this is a veteran crew that can do that here, and they'll need to do that next week in Greeley.
All right, that was our look ahead to the next opponent, Northern Colorado, coming up next Saturday. That's presented by Vance Thompson Vision. So that game kicks off at 1 o'clock. We'll be on the air at noon from Greeley. All right, we got one final break. When we come back, we'll wrap it up and give you some Big Sky scores as well. Montana State has won it today. They're 5-1 overall. They are 3-0 in the Big Sky as they win today 37-6 against Idaho State. More of the Rib and Chop House postgame show after this. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. Back on the Rib and Chop House postgame show one final time. Montana State victorious today. They've now won 16 consecutive ball games at home after this 37-6 win against Idaho State. If you're looking for more college football action following our broadcast, check out the College Football Blitz for free by going to the Varsity Network app. It's the college football audio version of the NFL Red Zone channel every Saturday from noon to midnight Eastern. Just search College Football Blitz on the Varsity Network app. All right, some Big Sky scores. Portland State in action right now. They're doing what they're supposed to do against a D2 school from California, Lincoln University. They're leading 48-0 with 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. Northern Arizona defeats Cal Poly at home in a close game. Northern Arizona wins it 31-29. Probably one of the most interesting game of the day in the Big Sky. Weber State at 4-0 is at home against Eastern Washington at 1-3. So Weber State really trying to put the foot down on Eastern Washington, who is not quite at the level we're used to seeing. So that one kicks off at 6 o'clock, and then Sac State hosts Northern Colorado, which is the next opponent for Montana State. All right, Mikey, we're wrapping things up and saying goodbye. Another special day, only 2 more regular season home games, but you keep winning, you can earn a few more in the playoffs. But either way, man, a special win today. One of the biggest crowds, second biggest crowd in program history. Third time this year already with 21,000 plus, and the Cats get the win and keep some of the pressure off the first stringers.
Yeah, absolutely, and a lot to be proud of. Dominated opponent today. It was a beautiful day in Bobcat Stadium. A ton to build on. They improved mightily from last week and shore up some things defensively, and exciting to get on the road and test themselves against a UNC crew.
All right, here's what's coming up next. Of course, we'll have the Bobcat Insider podcast out on Tuesday afternoon. Wednesday is the next edition of Cat Chat over at Buffalo Wild Wings. That's at 6:30 p.m. And then on Thursday night, the Bobcat Insider television show with myself, head coach Brent Vegan, and Ashley Washburn. That airs at 9 o'clock on the CW. And then it's game time on Saturday, 1 p.m. kickoff at Northern Colorado. We'll be on the air at noon. And then the next home game is Weber State on October 22nd, heading into the bye week. That's a 1 o'clock kick. We'll be on the air at noon for that one. Okay, couple of thank yous, of course, to our man Dan Davies down on the sideline, indispensable down there. Dylan McPhail has been our on-site engineer today. Thanks to Jesse Ropolato and John O'Connor back in the studios today. We had a lot of people running around as well. Thank you, Paul Payhut, the Stockman Bank president and MSU alum. Got a chance to join us at halftime today, so always nice when we get to talk to Paul, and another big sponsor of Bobcat football, so we appreciate his support. Thank you, Nicola and Tess, for all they've done up in the booth today, and to everybody else at Bobcat Sports Properties. Thank you to Hunter Paulson, Evie Wilson, Chris Kennedy, and Roger Wexelberg. For my partner, Mikey Ryder, this is Keaton Gilogly saying so long from Bobcat Stadium. A pleasure, absolute pleasure to be with you today. Cannot wait to talk to you again next Saturday from Greeley, Colorado. It'll be Montana State and Northern Colorado next week. Montana State with a win today. They have now won 16 consecutive ball games at home. That is tied for the longest mark in program history. They'll try to extend that mark on October 22nd. Overall, they're now 5-1 and 3-0 in Big Sky play heading into Week 7 next week. Final score for a final time, Montana State has won it 37-6 over Idaho State. This is Montana State football presented by Learfield.